Well, it's not often you get some of the sweet science to go along with your Sunday dinner, but that's what we have for you coming from the Valley of the Sun. Phoenix, Arizona, the site of our Sunday night doubleheader in the TCL Team Boxing League. First up, it is the undefeated Las Vegas Hustle taking on the Los Angeles Elite. And we welcome you inside our Merit TV Sports studios. Justin Shackle, Dave Bontempo with you. You have two teams that have shown promising signs throughout this season, more so with the 4-0 Las Vegas Hustle, obviously. And as they look to become 5-0, we really take a look at what type of team Las Vegas is as we get to your opening comment, your opening theme of the night, Dave.
That's right, because Las Vegas is 4-0, top team in the league. 2 one-point victories. Does this mean it's a magic carpet ride type season where it's magical, where you're going to win all these close ones, or is some team about to pick you off? This is a team that has learned how to win, especially down the stretch. Now, on the other side for L.A., a team that comes in here, was getting blown out by Phoenix, gets 6 points the last 3 matches. Now, we've seen this with Atlanta earlier in the year. Can this team carry that over? Because this is an emotional team sport. You practice together, you travel together. Can they take those last 3 bouts and find the little magic tonight?
Yeah, as we take a look at both teams heading into this bout, I like how you brought that up. Is Las Vegas a great team, or are they just a quality team that knows how to beat opponents, win close matches, like they were able to do in their last bout back on the 17th of May, where they edged out New York City 236-235, and, well, Osvaldo Cabierro, he just kept producing. He's going to have to do that here today against L.A., but for Cabierro, an impressive 7-1 campaign. Dave, this was a fighter who competed for L.A. last year. Now he's facing them tonight.
Yeah, and this was really big for him with New York, so you get back with the rivalry. He has been one of the stars on this team, and you need your stars to come up big. Ryan Depestre has come up very big, too, for his team. And, you know, the knockdown power, Vegas has found a way to win tight, and we'll see for them if that carries over. They're in a position tonight where they'll be favored.
Yeah, both Caballero and Depestre will be competing in 2 rounds. Again, fighters have the chance to earn points for their team, and you'll see both of those fighters in multiple rounds tonight. For L.A., look, they've yet to lose 2 in a row. They've yet to win 2 in a row. So this is going to be an interesting test about where they stack up. They did close out strong against Phoenix in a match that was pretty much decided, but it was a good showing that this team has the spirit to really contend.
Well, they were beaten by 18 points by New York, then they were 10 points down here, and then Alexander Flores pumped some life into this team, and then you have to think for them going forward, well, you know, what can their heavyweights do? And what we saw at the end has been a microcosm of their season. Big moments, big slumps. That's how you get to be a 500 team. You get those swings. But this was impressive for L.A., and we've talked about the carryover effect. Morales had a lot to do with it, too.
Yeah, now 4-0 on the season. Daniel Morales getting some stoppages, getting some extra points for his team. We talked about Flores moments ago. That was his first action in about a month's time, and we're going to see him later on here in this one. Also, Morales, a 2-round fighter, as we take a look at the latest TCL Team Boxing League standings. You see Las Vegas right at the top. They are 4-0. Only Philadelphia, the defending champions, are undefeated as well, but they are 3-0. And for LA, again, 2-2, bunched up with a couple of teams, maybe a match over 500, a match below 500. It's a chance to have them separate themselves here tonight.
We've had a logjam in the middle of the standings. We saw Nashville go up and then New York leapfrog them. We've seen Atlanta on a roll. There has been quite a lot of congestion in the middle of the pack. Now we see, can a middle-of-the-pack team make that big leap? It's a big ask. You'd have to say that L.A. is a little bit of an underdog coming in here, but we saw Atlanta do that to Dallas after they had a good surge at the end of their loss.
So these TCL Team Boxing League bouts, the head-to-head matches, they're split up into 24 individual 3-minute rounds, and these are the launch rounds, the first 8 rounds. Rounds 1 through 8, loads of talent littering rounds 1 through 8, including Osvaldo Caballero, like we mentioned, for Las Vegas. And he's going to be going up against Shawn Brewer. And when you take a look at a matchup like that, you have Cabierro, who we talked about, going up against Shawn Brewer. Not a newbie here in the TCL. Hasn't looked like the caliber of fighter of Cabierro. So for a fighter like Cabierro, it's all about banking these points for a Las Vegas team that, again, seems to win, but they make it close.
Yes, and then when you're looking at it from their perspective, you're saying, okay, Caballero, that's a win. Brewer was 1-1 last week, showed some spark. You don't know from week to week who might jump up and go up a couple notches and who might come down to the level of competition, but Caballero is always a good fighter to watch.
Yeah, Caballero, a TCL All-Star from last season for Los Angeles. Now he is facing the elite here tonight as a member of Las Vegas. Let's go out to Mesa, Arizona, our third member of our broadcast crew. It is Bubba Jenkins. And Bubba, we're talking about the fighters that we are going to be seeing in the ring here tonight, but we also documented what LA wasn't able to do last week, and it's led to a fighter not being present for them in this fight here tonight. That is Arisnelzi Castillo, a talented bantamweight for Los Angeles. She dislocated her shoulder last week against Phoenix. What can you tell us about her status?
Yeah, well, she's going to be out for 2 to 3 weeks. And, you know, if you guys watched that injury, it was a little bit devastating, you know, and it took a little bit of momentum from the team at that moment, LA Elite. But they're excited for a new day. She'll be back. You know, they can replace her in the lineup. But they're excited for a new day and an attacking, going after one of the top seeds, one of the top teams in the league in Las Vegas.
It was a tough injury to watch against Arizona's Paige Gilbert. Obviously, she had to immediately leave there, and we get the update there that she's going to be down for 3 weeks. All things considered, that's probably the best case scenario for an injury like that, wouldn't you say, Bubba?
Absolutely, you know, with her getting her arm dislocated like that in such a manner, for her to actually only be out 3 weeks is not a bad recovery. So, you know, all the best to her, and I know that their team is going to look to try to get back after it, get in that winning column. You know, they have 2 wins, 2 losses. They want to attack, Las Vegas hustle. So we're going to see them hustle tonight and be elite.
All right, Bubba, thanks so much. We look forward to talking to you once these matches get underway, and we are only a few moments away from these matches getting started. Coming up, both teams make their ring walks at the Arizona Athletic Grounds. Las Vegas and Los Angeles clashing in a Western Division showdown in the Valley of the Sun. Ring walks and the first fights coming up next.
You were tortured as a child.
My mother taught me how to be a very good liar without any conscience.
This was a homicide masquerading as a suicide.
I was drinking every day.
I was hooked on oxys.
My husband turned into someone I didn't recognize.
The addiction crisis. Worse than a pandemic, we have a growing epidemic. There are approximately 20 alcohol and drug-related deaths per hour every single day. Addiction is a disease. Like any other disease, it may have serious harmful effects and may lead to death if left untreated.
Introducing Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and rediscovery. We understand the unique challenges men face in their journey to recovery. Set on 38 private acres, our state-of-the-art facility offers a safe, supportive environment for healing and growth. Our team of dedicated professionals specializes in evidence-based treatment, providing our patients with the tools to overcome addiction and achieve long-term sobriety. If you or a loved one needs to make a change, call us today at 386-423-4540 or visit us online at serenityspringsrecovery.com and reclaim your life.
Step into a world of tranquility. Enjoy private accommodations. Let go of distractions and embrace the calm. Start your quiet exploration in jail every weekday on Merit TV.
Balance of Nature is a proud partner of TCL Team Boxing League. As a preferred customer, get 35% off your first set when you use code FIGHT. Go to balanceofnature.com or call today. We are getting set for the launch rounds. Rounds 1 through 8 between Los Angeles and Las Vegas. As Las Vegas tries to move to 5-0, LA tries to pick up a victory to improve to 3-2. Without further ado, let's meet the teams and go inside the ring at the Arizona Athletic Grounds. Here's Ray Flores.
Ladies and and gentlemen, welcome to the Arizona Athletic Grounds for Team Combat League. A big thank you to the Arizona State Boxing and MMA Commission with Executive Director Danny Villa for hosting today's event. Also, a big thank you to our sponsors, Climax Moonshine Fire number 32, known to bring the heat. Balance of Nature, proud health supplement partner of TCL. Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and a self-discovery. And Dr. Phil's Merit TV. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the Las Vegas Hustle.
At 4-0, Las Vegas making a very confident walk to the ring. Again, a team that has not dropped a head-to-head fight this entire season, but also a team who only has one win over 5 points. Back-to-back matches won by one single point.
Build some good attitude, and you can win those tight ones.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, here is your head coach, Big D, David Hayes. Former national champion and Team USA member, bantamweight, Yadeli Maderos. Former Pan American Games World Series of Boxing and multi-time Cuban national champion, featherweight, Osvela Cabierro. Featherweight, Brenda, the Brown Bomber Gardinas. Lightweight, Aliana Garcia. Welterweight, Tislana Gainza. Super welterweight, Reynela Salgado. Middleweight, Luis Portuando. Former USBA and NABF Cruiserweight Champion, Heavyweight Andrew the Beast Tabiti. Multi-time Cuban and Russian national champion, Lightweight Yusnel Abraante. Multi-time Cuban national champion, Welterweight Dariana Castro. Super middleweight, Diana, the Cuban sniper, Depestre. Light heavyweight, Yasel Castro Rivero. Cruiserweight, Brian Jones. And the heavyweight, Kaya Brooks. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the LA Elite.
Yeah. The city is up in the madness. The people is giving the damage. They turn into animal savage. Serranos and hippos and mammoths. The hero is coming, I'm locked in. You know that I'm winning, I'm top 10. You know that I came from the dark pen. You want it, you get it, you drop dead. The rebel who came from the bottom. My enemies know that I got it. I'm planting my seeds in gardens, then watching them sprout and harvest. The greatest was always in my plans. Battle the kid is white flags. Not on my level where I stand. Got it, I'm shooting a hot hand. Out of the gym, I was locked out. I failed, the kid was a dropout. I changed the game and it's up now. The city that need me is clear now. The people is giving the damage. I can tap dance through the energy blast. Run flat, never pop your orbit. I keep energy and storage. I see spinning.
And now we welcome their coach, Edgar Yasso. Bantamweight, Vivar Hernandez. Featherweight, Shawn Brewer. Featherweight, Lopez. Lightweight, Diego, the Ghost, Dominguez. Welterweight, Samuel Palencia. Super welterweight, Jason Moreno. Middleweight, Gerardo Vergara. Heavyweight, Levi da Costa. Lightweight, Daniel Morales. Welterweight, Oscar Enriquez. Super middleweight, Raul Salomon. Light heavyweight, Angel the Kid Lozano. And a cruiserweight, Juan Higuera. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we ask that you all please rise for the singing of our national anthem being performed today from renowned singing performer, Denasia James.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Denasia James with our national anthem.
Denasia James getting us set to go for the launch rounds. Rounds numbers 1 through 8. And every fighter on their respective teams having the chance within their 3-minute rounds to earn points for their teams, Dave. And they do it in the eyes of the judges. It's sanctioned by the state athletic commissions. There you see the fight card lineup for the launch rounds.
Round 1 for Las Vegas, Yadeli Maderos. For the LA Elite, Vivar Hernandez.
Each fighter has a chance to win by decision, which would be scored 10-9 in favor of their respective teams. If they record a knockdown in the respective round, it would be a 10-8 decision. And if they record 2 knockdowns or stop their opponent, it'll be recorded with a 10-7 score. As we get going here from the Arizona Athletic Grounds, a pair of bantamweights starting it off, and a pair of 2 talented women in their early 20s going at it. Yadeli Maderos in the golden trunks for Los Angeles, and Maderos for Las Vegas, and Vivar in the golden trunks for LA.
When you keep your eye on the scoring throughout the contest, the power scenarios are going to have a big manner in deciding it. A lot of 10-8s, a lot of 10-7s in some of the matches we've seen, and some teams have to string it along with 10-9s. That's a subtle factor underneath just the scores themselves.
Good slip by Mumari Vivar, the 23-year-old who is East LA born and bred for the 2-2 elite, trying to pick off Las Vegas, become the first team to hand Vegas a defeat this season and themselves improve to 3-2. But Maderos, a 21-year-old southpaw, has won 6 straight dating back to last season. She's 4-0 this year.
And she's trying to get on the outside, get off first. And Vivar is trying to time her to get inside and do her best work. So she still has half of the fight to go. And you can see the close angles and the near misses that finally make up the scoring as they're both trying some of their best sharpshooting skills.
Maderos landing a pair of punches moments ago. Able to graze the chin of Vivar with that sneaky right hook. From an early point, Maderos looks as if she almost timed Vivar's punching and distance immediately in this round.
And she's got a good sense of that. Vivar is just one step away from being able to land her big right hand. It's a matter of see how she comes in from the outside. She would like to be a little bit closer, but, you know, the corner won't let you. You come in, boom, I'm on the bicycle.
There's a land for Vivar.
And she's taken all this time.
Good center there from Maderos. Seen a lot of slipping, good foot movement from Yadele Maderos, who you see in the black trunks.
And when you can stick and move like this, you feel like you're gliding through a match.
Maderos displaying a lot of sharp movement here in round one. It's a lot of what fight fans like to see here. Accurate punching, like you mentioned, the gliding, and we're going to see that again in round 22 in the money rounds.
Yeah, she was really confident the way she came out through here. Good sense of where she was in the ring. Nice right hook off of the jab look. So a little complexity that got added to her attack. And then, you know, you keep your opponent lunging.
We'll get the official ruling in a matter of moments.
Ladies and gentlemen, the conclusion of round one, it goes to unanimous decision for the Las Vegas Hustle. Yadele Maderos victorious. And round two is brought to you by Climax Moonshine, fire number 32, known to bring the heat. Round two in the featherweight division for Las Vegas. We have Osvaldo Caballero. For LA, it is Shawn Brewer.
So here we go, our round to watch in the launch rounds. Osvaldo Caballero, Shawn Brewer, who there you see on your screen. Now Caballero in the black trunks. Caballero and Brewer, each in their second seasons in the TCL. And Osvaldo Caballero, who had an outstanding first season in TCL Team Boxing League last year. He was an all-star, went 13-2 for Los Angeles. Now doing his work for Vegas. He's 7-1 on the season, a career 20-3 mark.
Yeah, he's really figured out how to fight in this format to make the most of the 3 minutes that you have. You do burn a lot of energy, but there also has to be some sequential up the ladder moves that you make. Footwork, the jab, setting everything up. And then a nice right hand, which was sneaky.
Not the first meeting between these two. Brewer lost twice to Caballero on 2 separate occasions last season. Brewer is 4-6 in his TCL career. He made his season debut last week. Split a pair of rounds against Joseph Rivas of Phoenix.
And Brewer has that left hand down dangerously low. Yeah, sometimes you get a sense that the guy might boxed well off of it down low. He has raised it up now, but yeah, he's allowing the lunging right hand to come in from Caballero. Now, you could argue that he's setting a trap, but that's a difficult way to fight this guy. You saw how fast that right hand came in from Caballero.
There's a dangerous weapon. There it is again. He's able to keep it close to him, which makes it deceptive.
Yeah, and if you're going to try what Brewer's trying to do here, and he has fought him, you have to know exactly the speed of that right hand coming back at you, because everybody has a different velocity.
Caballero trying to come over the top with the right hand. Good stiff jab right there. Landing against Brewer. Quality uppercut by Brewer. And now Caballero answering back. This one getting more lively here in the final 30 seconds.
He's getting in with that right hand over the low left hand of Brewer. And he's fought in a nice controlled way to get this done.
And look how much closer Caballero is coming now in the closing seconds as he gets more comfortable.
Yeah, and he's getting in the body shots too. He doesn't just have to lunge over the top with that one target. So basically, he's put on a good performance here, and Brewer trying to undo a lot of Caballero's work, but will run out of time.
Sharp skills on display from Osvel Caballero. We'll see if the Cuban improves to 8-1 here after the judge's ruling. Looking comfortable, though, and accurate.
Here's how he did it at the end of the round. He's coming in tight after the big shots over the top. He takes a couple, but see, sneaky right hand, good speed, and now he's on the attack, forcing Brewer to hold him.
We'll see these two again in round 18.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner of round 2 by unanimous decision from the LA Elite, Shawn Brewer. We are even at 19 apiece between Las Vegas and LA. And now round 3, we remain in the featherweight division. For the Las Vegas Hustle, we have Brenda Gardinas. For the LA Elite, we have Lopez.
All right, a pair of featherweights going out of here, but Dave, I mean, we're never too critical of the judging here this season. I don't know if the judges were watching the same round we just watched.
No, and more than 90% of the time, we are in agreement with them in what we see and what they see, and that is one time that we are quite different.
So Shawn Brewer picking up a 10-9 decision. He picks off Caballero in the third meeting between the two fighters all time, and they'll do it again in round 18. And that has tied up the overall score at 19. So it's Lizette Lopez coming in for Los Angeles, who you see in the golden trunks against Las Vegas is Brenda Gardinas, who is in her first season. Lopez in her third season, a TCL veteran, 5-2 on the year, 26 years of age. A southpaw out of Salinas, California, and she has been one of the stalwarts in this league. A career 22-11 in TCL Team Boxing League action.
I like the fact that she loves coffee.
Yeah.
That's right up there for me, and also to read and to travel.
Lopez and Gardinas fighting here in round number 3. They'll do it again in round number 9. So a quick turnaround. Lopez is going to need a venti, Dave. Good connect from Lizette Lopez.
And she's pretty sharp with that left hand. Good movement, and she's got more speed in this sequence.
Lopez last week split a pair of rounds against Teao Abraante, who is known by combat fans, but she was making her TCL debut. And overall, when it comes to boxing, Teao Abraante, pretty much a novice. She's made her bones in Muay Thai, and it was ruled that Brandt knocked Lopez down. Upon further replay, it didn't look like Lopez fell due to a punch. Nevertheless, she dropped a 10-8 round last week.
And Brandt ended up as the star of the night, the #1 star of the night in her debut. So quite rare.
We're going to see her a little bit later on, the second half of our doubleheader here in Arizona. Lopez doing a great job with that left hand as Brenda Gardinas seemingly walking into those left fists.
And she's trying to load up, is Gardinas, and she's firing wide shots. And she's lunging because of the good movement by Lopez.
Gardinas not abandoning her pressure fighter style. Big reason why she's been able to walk into this event with a 5-1 season record. We'll see what the judges think.
There's good body work by Lopez, and then tying up to make sure she does not get hit with the counter, and then the jab doing some point work for her.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner of round 3 by unanimous decision from the LA Elite, Lopez.
So Lizette Lopez victorious, and it's 29-28. Let's go ringside to Bubba Jenkins.
Being brought to you by Balance of Nature Pub, Health Supplement Partner of Gainza.
Jenkins is standing by with Shawn Brewer, who was victorious in round number 2.
What's going on? I'm here with Shawn Brewer. Shawn, it looked like it was a tale of two tapes in that video. He came on late, you had controlled it early. Is there something in that round that's going to help you maybe later for the money rounds?
I mean, I just got to copy and paste. Right now, we got a good pace going. You know, we keep doing our thing. We're going to get desperate in the end. You know, the Las Vegas Hustle, they're pretty boys right now, you know, but we're getting ahead. We keep doing what we're doing. We boxing, and we're just going to win. You know, copy and paste in the money rounds. Just do what I do.
Got a pretty shiner to prove for it, but we'll see you again in the money rounds, my man. Good job again. Back at you guys with the action.
Thanks so much, Bubba. Dave, I love that. You don't hear it in conventional boxing. Brewer has to copy and paste for later on tonight. That's what makes this interesting, because it is kind of against the grain when it comes to conventional boxing.
You will study, you will assess. I mean, you'll hear your coaches and you'll hear your teammates, but you can use technology to go in there as well. What did I do here? What does this look like? And we see that in so many of the sports. So it's nice to see boxing join that. And you know, you try to get a nugget or two out of that when you look at it.
Well, Shawn Brewer victorious over Osvaldo Cabierro, but he came away with a bump under that left eye of his. That's a result of that right hand from Cabierro. It's going to be an intriguing matchup coming up in the money rounds, round 18.
And you've got to think that in the rematch, he's going to be aware of that and maybe move a little differently for that right hand to be neutralized. But that's a few fights from now, and we've got a good one brewing here.
Yeah, Diego Dominguez, no joke, in his first TCL season. He's gone 7-1. Winner of 5 in a row. He's in the gold trunks for Los Angeles. He's fighting 2 rounds tonight against Aiden Garcia. And they're going to have early nights here. Competing here in round 4, they'll be back at it again in round number 11 in the middle rounds. Garcia is 0-4 to begin his TCL career, and 3 of his first 4 opponents have had over 20 TCL matches under their belts. So here he's taking on a successful rookie. But Garcia has had some tough draws early on.
Welcome to the league. Here's the Lion's Den. Have fun. Tell you what, it will make you a good fighter in a hurry, though.
And these are a pair of lightweights. And if you just stack them up side by side like you are right now, you can see Dominguez just a bigger 135-pounder. More broad in the shoulders, the back more expansive.
And he seems to have the movement of his opponent figured out pretty well, the timing. Been able to brush off the shot and then try to fire one of his own.
Good counter from Dominguez. Another one, a left hook at close range. Oh, it backs up Garcia, and they fight to the bell. It was a good scrap in round 4.
Really was. The more inexperienced fighter brought a lot of heart to the table, and that brought the best out of Dominguez.
Here are the closing moments in the 4th round.
Couple right hands by Dominguez, but not to be outdone. Garcia got his share.
Ladies and gentlemen, the judges' score totals for round 4 are as follows. The first judge sees it 10-9 in favor of Garcia for Las Vegas. The second judge sees it 10-9 in favor of LA's Diego Dominguez. And the third and final judge sees it 10-9 in favor of the LA Elite's Diego Dominguez, victorious by split decision.
Fans, if you want to visit TCL Team Boxing League and an event near you, be sure to scan the QR code on your screen for tickets for our upcoming schedule. Next week, Team Boxing League enters the Alamo City of San Antonio for an action-packed doubleheader, and then it's off to Miami at Gulfstream Park for a Saturday primetime showdown. Don't miss the action in person. TCL Team Boxing League. Justin Shackle, Dave Bontempo, and Bubba Jenkins with you for the first half of our Sunday doubleheader. We're in round number 5, a pair of welterweights going at it. Dislan Gainza for Las Vegas, and it's Samuel Palencia, TCL rookie, in the gold trunks for Los Angeles. Gainza right away coming out, swinging some hard shots.
And it's a nice right hook from Gainza, and he's well positioned, sitting down on his punches early on. Like he's got more than 10-9 on his mind the way he's come out.
He's trying to take care of Palencia early on here, not waste any seconds. And he rocked him hard. These punches thrown with authority here, Dave. You can hear the thud coming from every which angle. And now Palencia back up across the ropes. A swinging right hook lands. These are some big-time combos being thrown by Dislan Gainza.
He came out with the idea that he had stoppage on his mind. We could see it right away, and he's been pursuing it. He has 2 minutes to go. These right hooks have been devastating.
No punches being thrown from Palencia until that check left hook right there. But Gainza continues to pour on the pressure. What a punishing first half of this round for Samuel Palencia.
And then he's kind of locked up his opponent. So Palencia is not able to throw as Gainza just blitzes him.
The pace slowing down here by the Cuban southpaw. Less than a minute to go. Gainza is 5-1 with 1 stoppage here in his first TCL season. Beautiful uppercut to a right hook by the Cuban.
Well, this has been classic for him. Textbook. The right hook has been an excellent weapon for him. And leading into the big right uppercut. He's done everything but stop his opponent.
Under 30 seconds to go. Will he be able to cap it off by putting Palencia down to the canvas? I love that left uppercut to a right hook, Dave. We've seen it multiple times.
And he had it going for Palencia. It's a moral victory only to lose 10-9. And for Gainza, this is a terrific performance. Watch the power coming through the hooks. That's a sweet right hook. And then he keeps coming. Did everything he could here except land a couple shots to the body, which may have helped in the middle of this sequence. But here, you would not have given Palencia much chance to get out of here losing only 10-9. But he did.
Well, in his only round of the night, Dislan Gainza tried to make it count extra, doling out tons of punishment on Samuel Palencia. Let's get the official judges scoring.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner of round 5 by unanimous decision from Las Vegas, Dislan Gainza. Our next round is being brought to you by Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and self-discovery. Round 6 and super welterweight. For Las Vegas, it is Reiner Diaz Salgado. For LA, Jason Moreno.
Here we go with a pair of middleweights. Reiner Salgado for Las Vegas and Jason Moreno in the gold trunks for Los Angeles. Both fighters under 500 here on the year. Salgado enters at 2-5, though he's won 2 of his last 3. Moreno made his 2025 debut last week, dropping a pair of rounds to Shaquille Felicia.
You know, if they're both under 500, they're well matched. They each have a chance to win. It's a winnable fight. That's part of the coaching and setting it up. And we saw Roger Hilly, who was 0-5 the other night, come up with 2 victories against Rakhmatulloev and almost 3. So these guys have shown the ability to bounce back.
Salgado, a 23-year-old Cuban southpaw, lives and trains in Vegas. Moreno, meanwhile, decorated amateur out of Newark, New Jersey, 24 years of age. As an amateur, Moreno won the silver at the National Championships only 3 years ago. He qualified for the Olympic trials. Fighting here now with the LA Elite.
And you notice with the dueling southpaws, all the edges that lefties have are gone. So this is now about footwork, angles, precision, and intensity too.
Beautiful 2-punch combo by Salgado moments ago. Talked about the left uppercut to a right hook. Dave, from Dislan Gainza, his fellow Cuban here, going a right uppercut to the body with that left hook.
Well, if you've got the hand speed and you've got the technique and the coaching, you go with what's comfortable for you. But those 2 shots behind each other are usually difference makers if you can have that.
There's so many talented Cuban fighters along this Las Vegas roster. So many Cuban boxers, they find their way to Vegas. I mean, it's obviously a boxing hub. Most of them train at places like the Solace Gym, Adams Boxing Club.
Well, and that is a tribute to Las Vegas to get these fighters, because their first port of entry generally would be into Florida and to bolster the Miami team. But they go where the coaching is, they go where the money is, and where the lights are.
These two leaving it all in the ring over the final 10 seconds. Good connect by Salgado near the end.
Now, Moreno had some good opportunities at the end, but Salgado fought smartly.
Ladies and gentlemen, round 6, the judges' score totals are as follows. The first judge sees it 10-9 in favor of Jason Moreno for LA. The second judge has it 10-9 in favor of Las Vegas' Salgado. And the third judge sees it 10-9 for your winner by split decision from the LA Elite, Jason. The score, LA 58, Las Vegas 56.
LA becoming victorious right there via split decision. Let's go over to Bubba Jenkins, who was with the former world title challenger, Andrew Tabiti.
What's going on? Yes, I'm with Tabiti. Tabiti, former world challenger champion. LA just got another one. You guys are down. You guys are the champs. Well, not the champs, but the guys are 4-0. What can you do to get you guys back in this fight?
We got to stop making mistakes and, you know, hit, don't get hit. We're going to come back and win it.
They got a little bit of momentum. You're seeing the way the referees are pulling it. You're seeing the way the judges are calling it. What can you do differently to make sure that you don't get the opposite of what we've been seeing, where Vegas is feeling like they're winning, but LA is coming with their hand raised?
I'm just going to do what I do best. You know, jab, move, and don't get hit. If the knockout's there, we're going to get it out.
All right, you heard it from Tabiti. Knockout's there. He's going to look for it. Back to you guys in the ring.
Andrew Tabiti now in the on-deck circle. Coming up next, he'll appear in round 8 against Levi de Costa to close out the launch round phase. Here it is Luis Portuando for Las Vegas in the black trunks. Gerardo Vergara for Los Angeles. Currently in, well, lodged on the ropes. Gets himself off in the gold trunks.
We've seen Vergara with a share of highlights throughout the season. Pretty seasoned fighter coming in here.
He's currently 4-2, and he's won 4 straight. 31-year-old southpaw out of Argentina.
That's how we're seeing him in the highlights every week. Oh.
Wow. Vergara loaded up here. Good left hand right to the body.
He almost had 5. One big shot there. And maybe he'll start to think that there could be more on the table.
Biggest punch of the round, easily. Probably the biggest punch of our night thus far, through 6 rounds and change. Good action there. Portuando trying to get away from Vergara. Basically saying, if you're going to hold, I'm going to give you the forearm.
You're not getting out of here free on the holding. Now the referee has to be very active here and not let this determine the style of the fight. Both fighters are loading up. They see opportunities to make a difference with one shot.
Left hand lands by Vergara. Portuando coming back here.
See, now he's using a lead right hand against the lefty. He was firing counters before, and this represents his best opportunities.
Could that closing sequence make the big impression on the judges for Luis Portuando? Las Vegas hoping so, as their 160-pounder puts on a good closing sequence against Gerardo Vergara.
They went back and forth. Portuando with that good right hand there, and he made jelly legs out of Vergara. And Vergara came back with a terrific left hand right here. These were his opportunities. You know, after watching these again, you have to credit the chin of both fighters because they took some hard shots and stayed up.
They looked more impressive on the replay.
Ladies and gentlemen, the judges score round 7 as follows. The first judge has a 10-9 in favor of LA's Gerardo Vergara. The second judge has a 10-9 in favor of Las Vegas's Luis Portuando. And the third judge has a 10-9 for your winner by split decision from Las Vegas, Luis Portuando. Your score, LA 67, Las Vegas 66. Round 8 now in the heavyweight division for Las Vegas, Andrew Tabiti. For LA, Levi DaCosta.
Two heavyweights in Andrew Tabiti, who you see on your screen, Levi DaCosta, going at it in round 8 to close out the launch rounds. And just going back to round 7, Dave, third split decision here in the launch rounds back-to-back. I can't argue with Portuando coming away with the 10-9 decision.
No, and it's more impressive because he was nailed in the beginning of that fight, but he came back at the end and he had that lead right hand that he used. He probably overcame his opponent at the wire. I mean, that's a 4-fight win streak for Vergara. Stop, too.
Very impressive. And it's now a 1-point overall match lead for Los Angeles. Levi DaCosta in the gold trunks, looking to add to his 2-0 record. Trains out of San Diego. And Andrew Tabiti, who you heard moments ago, former world title challenger, 3-1-1 on the season.
Well, who's going to get separation here and find room to fire a big shot? It's punch and tie up, punch and tie up. We see it again.
Stop.
Costa had been trying to move. Punch, hold, punch, hold. I wonder if some of the tactic might be able to adjust, and that was a good right hand that got in by Tabiti.
Yeah, pinpoint right hand from the Las Vegas heavyweight as LA looks on here, trying to close out strong as they move to the middle rounds and hopefully add to their lead.
This is line it up, line it up, line it up, and then fire.
Tabiti narrowly missing with that right hand again. You see some blood dripping down above the right eye of DaCosta.
He just got nailed there again.
It's a bad location for a cut, Dave.
Yes, it is.
But this is the only round that these two gentlemen will be competing in here in this match. You can try and leave it all in the ring. Final 10 seconds in round 8 to close out the launch rounds.
Now the cut is bad out the side. It's even worse if it's over the top. It could drift into the eye. And fortunately for Costa, it is not that. Not pretty, but it's not over the top and going in. And the last right hand is what really opened that up. Cat and mouse game all the way through with these two fighters. Tabiti's trying to line up the big right hand, and Costa trying to land his big left hand.
The two heavyweights showing some speed and quality head movement.
Yes, and intellect in trying to set up the next shot.
That cut goes nicely with Costa's cauliflower ear, I must say.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner of round 8 from Las Vegas, Andrew Tabiti. We are even at 76 apiece between Las Vegas and LA.
Andrew Tabiti able to tie it up in the overall team score with a 10-9 decision over Levi DaCosta. And we are headed to the middle rounds, all tied up. Las Vegas trying to improve to 5-0, rallies back at the end of the launch rounds. We're tied up, 76-all. We're coming back after this.
Who doesn't like a good old-fashioned car chase?
Get out of the car. How come you didn't stop? I don't want to.
As far as dumb drugs,
give you guys a couple minutes to get dressed.
Well, what brought you guys all the way up here?
sex. It's just plain stupid behavior. I'll see you for Cops Reloaded on Merit TV.
Oh, by the way, you're under arrest.
Balance of nature, it's so simple. It's amazing getting the fruits and vegetables ingredients in 3 red and 3 green capsules.
I take Balance of Nature. I think it's convenient. I can do little capsules in the morning, and I'm off to work, you know.
Balance of Nature, it's so easy to do. I feel great, and who doesn't want to feel great?
Get 35% off your first set as a preferred customer. Claim this offer by using discount code.
When it comes to family, I always do what's best. My parents taught me that. That's why I called A Place for Mom. Their personalized guidance was just what I needed to find senior living for Mom. And their advice is free to families. Not just free, invaluable. Our advisor gave us options based on our needs and budget, guiding us to the best decision. I never expected a free service to make such a difference.
Our service comes at no cost to your family. Connect with us today.
TCL Team Boxing League is brought to you by Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and self-discovery. The lake views of Tempe, Arizona, as the sun slowly sets in the Valley of the Sun. Vegas paddling its way back to tie this up at the end of the launch rounds. Justin Shackle, Dave Bontempo back with you in our Merit TV Sports studio. So we're tied up at 76-all. Las Vegas takes the final 2 rounds in the launch rounds. Had a couple of surprises, a couple of upsets. Questionable judging. Yes, hey, it's boxing. It happens. But I want to say Las Vegas is showing why they compete. They're a winning team. They know how to claw back and keep it close.
They were resilient, and we've seen everything in here except the big bombs. We're waiting for that because there were some big shots, and the fighters did not go down. Maybe that changes a little bit in the middle round, but we really have a good contest. L.A. hanging with the league leaders even after the launch rounds. Got a couple calls that they needed. So L.A. is right in this, and we've got a real dogfight.
Yeah, no big knockdowns just yet, but you talked about the big shots. Let's have a look at them because Deslan Gainza gave us a show as we take a look at our launch round highlights presented by the Balance of Nature. We go to round 5. Gainza against the 21-year-old Samuel Palencia, and Deslan Gainza dished out a lot of punishment against LA's rookie.
Yeah, Gainza with the highlight reel type shots, and you could have made an argument in a different type of setting. The referee could have stopped it there, but it's 10-9.
The referee in the first half of that round with a close eye on Samuel Palencia. Ends up being a 10-9 round for Gainza. And then the very next round, round 6, a competitive matchup between two fighters who entered tonight with losing records on the season. Ultimately a split decision, and Jason Moreno for Los Angeles picks up the win.
Well, they both had the losing records. We knew this would be competitive for that reason, and it was right down to the wire and razor close.
All right, this is the middle round action that we have for you. The fight card, rounds numbers 19 through 16. Round number 11 jumps out between Diego Dominguez and Aiden Garcia. We saw those two lock horns in round 4. Dominguez able to outpoint Garcia, but this is a spot, and again, in a tight head-to-head matchup here, we're tied up, obviously. Diego Dominguez is one of the big guns for Los Angeles. They need him to step up.
Yes, he's already got one. They want to try to get 2 out of him. It was a good fight the first time he was in control. So basically, when you're looking at this as a round to watch, it's really as it's affecting the team score. For your LA, you're saying, we need that one.
Not only that, if you take a look at the first 2 rounds that are lined up for Los Angeles, you have Lizette Lopez, a 20-plus match TCL competitor here, who has won over 20 bouts in her TCL career. She already won a bout tonight over Brenda Cardenas. They will kick it off in the middle rounds. Then you have Daniel Morales. First time we're going to be seeing him here tonight, and we know the type of talent that Morales possesses. Then you have Dominguez. This could be a big momentum shift right here if LA takes care of business over these first 3 rounds.
To the first 3 parts of it set up to favor Las Vegas. The strength of their lineup is up on top. If you're Las Vegas, you're trying to weather that and try to get your best work down at the bottom of the middle rounds.
We are tied at 76 going into the middle rounds. Let's throw it back over to Mesa, Arizona with Ray Flores.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to begin the middle rounds between Las Vegas and LA. We begin the middle rounds in the featherweight division. For round 9 in Las Vegas, we have Brenda Gardinas. For LA, we feature Lizette Lopez.
Here we go with round number 9. Again, Vegas and Los Angeles tied at 76, along with Dave Bontempo and Bubba Jenkins. I'm Justin Shackle. First half of our Sunday night doubleheader at the Arizona Athletic Grounds.
And the adjustments that Cardenas will try to make will be to get inside, use some head movement, chop up that real estate to get inside so that she can work there. Otherwise, she'll be on the end of the jab and on the wrong end of the decision. It's good work on the outside by Lopez, and she has Cardenas lunging, just like the first fight so far.
Good check swing on that right hand from Lopez. Now she's taking advantage of the lunging Cardenas.
First couple times from that look, she threw the jab, and she landed it sharply. And then when it looked like she was going to throw a jab, she threw a hook off of the jab look.
Oh, Cardenas getting inside here. Lands a couple of left hands.
Well, this was her adjustment to get in, try to find some room. She made the most of that one opportunity when she got inside.
Now, Dave, you could see the effect of her punches when she gets in at close range like that.
Yeah, that's why for her, it's like you have to win the fight twice. First, you have to bob and weave to get your way inside, get past that jab, and she might be slower to the attack, but Cardenas has heavy hands.
Cardenas landing at a higher frequency over these last 45 seconds. Well, there's the equalizer, that right hand from Lizette Lopez.
Cardenas was doing well, but having to be off balance to come in. And that's why she ate a lot of leather in that sequence.
Lopez, considerably more punishment here in the second round of the night between these two. And now they are going back and forth. This is really entertaining to open up the middle rounds. Cardenas with some power shots. Lopez able to keep her timing and deliver some impact blows.
Yeah, the volume of punches has been in the favor of Lopez. Some of the heavier shots have come from Gardinas, but Lopez has looked more fluid throughout this one.
Straight left hand rocks the chin of Gardinas. Lopez seemingly withstood more punishment this round, but potentially edged out another decision over Brenda Gardinas. We're going to have to see how the judges view this one.
Yeah, Gardinas made the adjustments, but also in lunging forward was off balance and ate a few of these. See, she's coming wide angle. One gets in, and that's good. But when she misses, it opens the door for Lopez, and she's a wide target because of her arms being so spread out.
Ladies and gentlemen, the judges have round 9 as follows. The first judge has it 10-9 in favor of Brenda Gardinas of Las Vegas. The second judge has it 10-9 in favor of LA's Lizette Lopez. And the third and final judge has it 10-9 in favor by split decision from Las Vegas, Brenda Gardinas. Las Vegas leads 86-85 over LA.
Brenda Gardinas improving to 6-2 and earning a round split with Lizette Lopez.
Fire number 32, known to bring the heat. We now have lightweights for Las Vegas. Yusnel Abraante. For LA, Daniel Morales.
So here are two 135-pounders, the impressive Daniel Morales for LA and Yusniel Abraante, who has looked pretty good as well for Las Vegas, 4-1-1. He's won 4 straight. But Dave, you go back to the launch rounds, Shawn Brewer picking up an upset, an unexpected 10-9 decision over Osvel Cabierro. And then just now, Gardinas, albeit a split decision, getting a 10-9 victory over Lizette Lopez. 2 questionable judges' decisions here tonight.
That's 2 that we don't agree with, although they balance each other out. So maybe, yeah, you have to consider that too. But that was a very good job by Lopez, and a little bit of a surprise verdict.
Gardinas, credit to her, made a lot of adjustments, looked good. But Lopez showed better movement, countered a lot of the impact shots that Gardinas threw. Nevertheless, a 10-9 decision awarded to Gardinas. Hey, it was close.
It was close, and we are only the official, unofficial scorecards.
Daniel Morales, 4-0 in his second season here in the TCL. Picked up a pair of wins against 2 opponents last week. Recorded his first TCL knockout along the way. He has won 10 in a row dating back to last season. Fighting here in round 10. He'll be back in action in round 17 against Abraante.
This is high quality pedigree with the winning record of both fighters, and you see their technique is very sound. Abraante getting the best of that last exchange, along with a warning.
Abraante in the black trunks. Daniel Morales.
Let's work out, guys. Come on.
21 years of age, a southpaw from San Diego. Has the edge in height.
And that's why we're seeing some extracurricular head movement on the inside by Abraante as he tries to close distance. He took the warning, but he's okay now.
And a lot of shoving between punches between these two. Morales walking right into a right hook by, I beg your pardon, It was Morales rather throwing the right hook. Morales coming alive here. Final seconds. Look, based on those two scoring decisions we were previously discussing, you could see how this one may go to a fighter like Ismael Abraante here.
Yeah, Abraante with the stalking, the challenging, and looked in some ways like he had done enough with this left hand coming in here. This is one where they just threw out the jab and decided to let it go. And they had good action over here. Yeah, Abraante, especially the last 30 seconds.
It would be tough to disagree in this regard.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner of round 10 by unanimous decision from Las Vegas, Ismael Abraante. Round 11 in the lightweight division for Las Vegas. By Garcia. Los Angeles will feature Diego Dominguez.
Let's go down to ringside with Bubba Jenkins.
Yes, sir. You got me. I got the action right here. I'm here with Kai Brooks. Kai, you're on Las Vegas. You're new to the team, TCL. Was that any pressure being on an undefeated team? Or you following up in the money rounds?
No, sir. There's no pressure at all because at the end of the day, you still got to get in there and do your job.
I understand that. Now, listen, you watched Tabiti fight your opponent. We have it at TCL where you can just watch, get adjustments on the sideline from your coach. Is there any adjustments or anything you saw in the Tabiti fight that is going to help you?
I saw a few adjustments, but you're going to have to wait and watch to see what's coming up.
You heard it right here. Gave you a little tease. He's coming out against Tabiti's opponent. You guys are watching. We're watching. You guys going to see what he's got to do.
Okay, Bubba. Yeah, Kai Brooks making his TCL debut at the end of the middle rounds here, scheduled for round 16. Vegas born and bred. He'll be in action against Levi DaCosta. I wonder how that cut will figure into DaCosta's approach that he suffered against Andrew Tabiti. Tabiti is not fighting again here tonight, but DaCosta is scheduled for 2.
You have to factor it into your approach because you don't want it to come up in the middle of the round. So you'll probably fight to protect it. That will impact your movement.
This is the second meetup between Dominguez and Garcia. And Dave, we talked about the first 3 rounds with the names that LA had scheduled to get in the ring. Well, Las Vegas so far has neutralized that talent.
So it's a big development for Las Vegas. The first 3 rounds, big to watch. Teams have certain pockets within a fight where they are supposed to pick up points, or at least their coaches projecting that we have the advantage here. And if you don't come up big in that sequence, then you've got some trouble. And credit Las Vegas for withstanding what looked like on paper to be a very strong lineup at the top for Los Angeles.
Dominguez won a split decision over Garcia. That happened in round 4. .30 seconds to go.
Dominguez trying to put some pressure on, but eats a jab along the way, forcing him to reload.
And a retreat. Oh, that was a good left hand thrown by Dominguez.
He wishes he had another minute to work with after he landed that one.
Coming through again with that left hand, right behind the guard of Garcia. Another left lands by Dominguez. Finally, Garcia backs up. And you're right, I think Diego Dominguez wishes this was a 3:30 round.
After that big left hook got in, one of his best punches of the fight. And he was jabbing and working his way in. Getting past the wrestling, the grappling. And when he got the room, he did his best work. He did hustle the whole 3 minutes, though, so maybe he'll be rewarded.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner of round 11 by unanimous decision from the LA Elite, Dominguez. Your score, Las Vegas 105, LA 104. Our next round is brought to you by Balance of Nature, proud health supplement partner of TCL. Round 12 in the welterweight division for Las Vegas. It is Dariana Castro. For LA, Oscar Enriquez.
There you see Oscar Enriquez, just 18 years of age. Made his TCL debut 3 weeks ago for Los Angeles. He's still looking for his first win at 0-4. Vegas ahead 105-104 on the team score. Darian Castro in the black trunks, the welterweight for the hustle, here in his second season.
Now you flip the script, whereas LA wanted to make hay at the top of this lineup. Right here, this is an edge on paper for Las Vegas with Darian Castro.
You can see both records. Castro with a lot of success here. He's won 5 straight. 22 years of age. Big left hand eaten by Enriquez. It feels like, Dave, that Castro knows early on he can be in command of his opponent.
Look at the jab, flipping it out with confidence, the foot movement, side to side, flick it out with either hand, and you better have blinding speed with your hands if you're going to keep them down there.
Enriquez, like we mentioned, just 18. He's originally from Zacatecas, Mexico. Now lives and trains in Riverside.
And when you're fighting somebody who hasn't done it, you can make him reset even just with a head feint. The movement will also do it, but Castro's employed that as well. Just lunge in, look at that, the shuffle, no punches.
Feeling comfortable, Darian Castro. Stick and move.
Must have seen some old footage of the Ali shuffle.
Well, it is hit and don't get hit. That is the name of the game.
But for Castro, you've mastered that. What about going for more in this team concept?
Less than 30 seconds to go. But part of that, if you're that comfortable, you must have the feeling that you believe your opponent really can't hurt you. And that's not going to be ruled a knockdown. Right. So why don't you go for the extra points here in this team concept?
Absolutely. Get the win under your belt. Say in the first half of the round, if you know you're not going to get hit, try to parlay it.
I mean, this would work beautifully on their way to a unanimous decision win had they been fighting for 6, 8, 10 rounds. But again, the team concept is king here and key.
You go a little Ali shuffle, the footwork here by Castro. He's like, hey, look at me, look at that. Now this is also what we're pointing to. Hey, but even Ali would step it up after the shuffle. Nonetheless, for Castro, a dominating and a domineering performance. If you're the Vegas team, well, you'd love to have him in a tie match, the last match of the evening, being able to fight like that.
Well, it's going to be the only match we see of Darian Castro here tonight. Only scheduled for that one round here in round 12.
Ladies Ladies and gentlemen, your winner of round 12 from Las Vegas, Castro. The score, Las Vegas 115, LA 113. Round 13 in the super middleweight division. Las Vegas will showcase Diana Depestre. For LA, Raul Solomon.
Here we go at 168 pounds. This is a good one. The Cuban sniper, Diana Depestre, in the ring for Las Vegas in the black trunks. And there you see Raul Solomon stretching a bit in the red corner, wearing the gold trunks. Pair of middleweights here in round 13. Solomon, a 26-year-old Mexican-American out of Long Beach. He is 15-0 in his TCL career. Depestre, 17-11 in his career.
He's taken a step up this year at 6-2, so he found something, and he's been able to progress, get some momentum.
Depestre and Solomon. Bubba Jenkins, third member of our broadcast crew here. Bubba, what do you like about these two and what they've shown so far in the 2025 season?
Well, I like both of what they've shown in the 25 season. Obviously, you know, Las Vegas has leaned a little bit on Depestre to get them out of some of these overtimes that they've had. And, of course, LA Elite has Raul Solomon being, you know, like you said, 15-0 in this league, and he's one of the top dogs. So having these guys have this type of round right now in front of a crowd that really loves some boxing, you know, here in Phoenix, it's a really good matchup for us to be studying and watching and just being a part of, because these guys are very, very skilled, and it's going to be a lot of back and forth between the two guys here.
Right now they're at close range.
The two very schooled fighters as Solomon tries to get through, press, and Depestre doesn't let him get that edge inside, so he counters with a right hand.
Big punches right there that they're trying to land. And you can see Depestre trying to set up Raul Solomon with some of the things that he's doing, you know, just peppering and then covering up. And Raul's doing his own thing, not really falling into the traps of Depestre. So I think Raul's winning this round right now, but it could be a tale of two tapes with a minute left.
We're watching closely with this round. They'll do it again in round number 19. When you look at the schedule, guys, these two teams have a quick turnaround, and then they're going to face one another again next Saturday in Miami. Depestre and Solomon are scheduled for 2 next weekend as well.
Yeah, that's the way the schedule works. You get a couple weeks off, then you get a couple weeks on. So actually, you know, at the top we're talking about the 3-week injury at the top for the fighter. You know, it's bad if your team is fighting a lot. If they're not fighting a lot, you might get a rest.
Big left hand thrown there by Diana Depestre. Solomon on the retreat with less than 20 seconds to go.
Wow, big punch right there by Depestre. Left hand really got Raul's attention.
And now Solomon trying to fight back
here, but this is... Las Vegas stole that around at the end with that left hook right there. Beautiful landed shot by Depestre.
That very well could be the difference.
And that's what it's all about. You might be losing, but you land one thunderous shot, and that was dynamic. That's something that leaves a mark with the judges. This is how he sets it up. Even if it's at the end here and it gets caught on the glove, you see the movement by Depestre. He maintained his balance, and that's how he got the power through his shot. That did get through.
And in a round that could be scored closely, you wonder if that was more frustration in terms of a reaction from Solomon after getting nailed with that left hook.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner of round 13 by unanimous decision from the Las Vegas hustle, Diana Depestre. Our next next round is brought to you by Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and self-discovery. For Las Vegas, we have in the light heavyweight division, round 14 will feature Yacela Rivero. For Los Angeles, Angel Lozano.
It's round 14 between Rivero and Lozano. Light heavyweights going at it, 175-pounders. But that was a huge swing bout right there because Las Vegas has now been able to offset three of arguably LA's top 4 competitors here in the middle rounds. First, Lopez and Morales early on, and there, the previously undefeated Raul Salomon takes his first TCL loss.
And in the middle of that, they got the win from Castro they expected. So it's been quite a run for Vegas here in the middle.
Now we'll see what Yacel Rivero can do. Rivero in his first season 0-2 after dropping a pair of rounds in his debut 2 weeks ago. Lozano, meanwhile, has lost 5 of his last 6. He's coming off a pair of defeats against Rico Santana of Phoenix, an impressive fighter who we're going to see a little bit later on against the Boston Butchers.
So we've got Rivero pitching and Lozano catching in that last sequence. For Lozano, you get out there with the jab, utilize your height and reach. And for Rivero, try to get that lead right hand in if you get close enough. Rivero showed a subtle bit of athleticism in that last shot he attempted. He missed wildly, but he immediately squared up and was in good posture and position. And even though he missed off balance, he got back on balance and did not catch a counter. Rivero hustling and Lozano trying to set up the perfect shot.
Lozano's been effective with a couple of single shots on Rivero's way in. Not too many combos being thrown here by these two 175-pounders. Left hand to the body from Lozano, tries to come back upstairs.
Well, Rivero did more, but will he get more on the scorecards?
Well, the judges seem to reward aggression here tonight.
And he
whether it's aggressive or not, or controlled aggression,
yes,
is another story.
How effective was that aggression? But he looked to be the one with his foot on the gas pedal more.
Ladies and gentlemen, the score totals for round 14 are as follows. The first judge sees it 10-9 in favor of Las Vegas's Rivero. The second judge has it 10-9 in favor of LA's Lozano. And the third and final judge sees it 10-9 for your winner by split decision from the LA Elite, Angel Lozano. Your score, 134 for Las Vegas, 132 for LA. Round 15 in the cruiserweight division for Las Vegas. It is Brian Jones for LA, Juan Higuera.
So here we are with round 15. But I tell you what, Dave, in round 14, Lozano with a split decision there. We are going to see those two go at it in round number 24. Pretty even round. It could be deciding a whole lot with the way these teams have gone back and forth and the scoring pretty tight.
That's a good thing to mark down because it will be very significant based on their styles, opposite styles, and it's a matter of subtlety as to who the judges like, and that one was a split.
Juan Higuera, who you see in the gold trunks, and Brian Jones, a 1-1 fighter who made his TCL debut a couple of weeks ago, crowding Higuera a little bit early here. Jones, 28 years of age, out of Joplin, Missouri. It was a good sign with Brian Jones. He split the pair of rounds with Blake McKernan, and Jones won the second round after making some adjustments. And talk about them right there. Higuera, the first 30 seconds was being crowded, and then he just puts on a combo against Jones, who falls to the floor.
And that's an unfortunate break for Jones that the gloves, that you touched there, but it becomes a knockdown, and that's monumental. We finally have the long ball, so to speak.
Higuera trying to bounce back after losing a pair of rounds to Phoenix's Charles Pugh last week. Now fighting with maybe a bit more confidence. Landed a sharp right hand moments ago.
And the speed coming back at him is not much. So he's been stronger, and he's also faster, is Higuera.
Jones is leaving himself exposed upstairs. Higuera is taking advantage in spurts. That jab down through. Oh, big uppercut. A gorgeous uppercut from down below from Juan Higuera.
Disguised by the jab. And then the uppercut pours through. A beautiful combination.
These punches have all the makings for another knockdown by Juan Higuera. Will he be able to pull it off inside the final minute of round 15?
Around 45.
Another uppercut landing flush on Jones.
Jones has a long way to go to get through this. At this point, he's just trying to buy time.
Can Higuera close the show? Big body shot by Higuera. That stops the show. Juan Higuera puts down Brian Jones with an impressive liver shot.
The shot that hadn't been there yet, hadn't used it yet, and he does it for lights out. He's throwing for the hook, he's landing the uppercuts, and Jones was vulnerable there, wide open, and a pulverizing hook brings this one to a close.
You could tell Brian Jones did not see that shot to the body, and of course those are the shots that hurt the most. Pinpoint on the liver. Down he goes.
After the uppercuts, you're worried about them, and then the shot downstairs is what gets you. Jones walked right into it.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner of round 15 by TKO from LA, Juan Higuera.
So a 142-141 lead for LA. Let's go down to Bubba Jenkins.
What's going on? You see me on the sideline. I got one of the best fighters right here, Depestre, and he's got his translator. So LA just got a big win right there, big punches. What does he got to do to possibly beat another guy that he just beat in Raul Solomon?
El equipo de Los Ángeles acaba de hacer un buen trabajo ahorita. ¿Qué crees que tú deberías hacer para que agarremos la victoria?
Bueno, yo voy a seguir haciendo mi trabajo como lo hice en el round anterior. Voy a salir, y voy a dar lo mejor de mí, a dar mis mejores golpes para poder obtener la victoria con el equipo. Es ganar es lo que vamos a hacer hoy. Las Vegas no va a perder hoy.
He said keep doing his job as he's been doing and getting a victory, and Vegas is going to win. There's no doubting that.
Well, LA just pulled momentum, big punches there, and they might not have that guy later in the round. What do you guys got to do as a team to continue with your streak and your wins that you have been doing?
Dijo que como ahorita que Los Ángeles hizo una derrota así, ¿qué es lo que el equipo nosotros tenemos que hacer para que hagamos la victoria? ¿Qué es lo que tenemos que hacer como un equipo?
Como un equipo, vuelvo y repito, cada uno va a hacer su trabajo y nada, vamos a realizar un knockdown en la ronda que viene y vamos a ganar.
He said that we are going to have to do our job as a team individually and working smart, and we're going to end up getting a knockdown later down the rounds, and we're winning. There's no doubt about that.
All right, you heard it. David Hayes said we got to get that one back. I believe they will. LA has taken over a little bit of momentum, but hustle's still in it. We'll see you guys at the action.
Yes, Bubba, LA taking over momentum-wise, but in terms of the total score, we are tied at 151. That's due to round 16 moments ago being scrapped. If you remember, Levi DaCosta in round number 8 suffered that cut along his right eyebrow. Not able to compete is Levi DaCosta against Kai Brooks, so it's a 10-9 round for Vegas. We are now tied at 151 going into the money rounds, and the action picking up as some fighters are going down. We are back in Arizona after this.
We're not going to just tell stories. We're going to go inside the minds of these killers.
He told me his name was Ted and he was a law student.
Let's break this down for a minute. This was a man who'd make the devil blush with his sins. I want you to walk in the shoes of both perpetrator and prey.
Mystery and Murder. Subscribe on your favorite podcast service.
I was drinking every day.
I was hooked on oxys.
My husband turned into someone I didn't recognize.
The addiction crisis. Worse than a pandemic, we have a growing epidemic. There are approximately 20 alcohol and drug-related deaths per hour every single day. Addiction is a disease. Like any other disease, it may have serious harmful effects and may lead to death if left untreated.
Introducing Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and rediscovery. We understand the unique challenges men face in their journey to recovery. Set on 38 private acres, our state-of-the-art facility offers a safe, supportive environment for healing and growth. Our team of dedicated professionals specializes in evidence-based treatment, providing our patients with the tools to overcome addiction and achieve long-term sobriety. If you or a loved one needs to make a change, call us today at 386-423-4540 or visit us online at serenityspringsrecovery.com and reclaim your life.
Fans want to visit a TCL Team Boxing League event near you? Be sure to scan the QR code on your screen for tickets to our upcoming schedule. Next week, Team Boxing League enters the Alamo City of San Antonio for an action-packed doubleheader, and then it's off to Miami at Gulfstream Park for a Saturday primetime showdown. Don't miss the action in person all season long. And don't change the channel. Coming up next on Merit TV, we head back to Phoenix as the Hometown Fury take on the Boston Butchers in a Sunday night primetime showdown. Phoenix coming off a huge win against Los Angeles last week, trying to continue its hot streak as it rises up the standings and through the ashes as well. Hey, no pun intended. Back here in our Merit Sports TV studios, Justin Shackle, Dave Bontempo with you. We are all tied up here heading into the money rounds. We saw a lot of everything in those middle rounds because Las Vegas did a good job offsetting some of the primetime talent that LA possesses. But with a couple of swings, it is the cruiserweights making a huge difference here. Juan Vergara picking up a massive 10-7 score for Los Angeles.
And when it's your night, things like that happen. Now, you're LA, you're hanging with the best team in the league with the 4-0 record. You're even after the middle rounds. You're thinking now, we can get this. We have an opportunity to get this. That was a huge development for LA that Vergara came up with 3 points. So after LA had the top fighters not win as expected. They get more than expected at the bottom, where Vegas was supposed to be stronger. So guess what? The handicapping is out the window. We're tied.
Yeah, Vergara offsetting the defeats of Lopez and Morales and Raul Solomon taking his first ever TCL defeat. That was a fighter who was 15-0 in his TCL career heading inside the ring here tonight against Depestre. We heard from him near the end of the middle rounds. And again, Vergara coming up huge. Also wipes out a meeting that he was going to have again in the money round. So his night's over because that stoppage forces the action to not continue in the money round. So more points for Vergara following that stoppage.
Yeah, so he gets one more after that. So LA hanging right here, getting some unexpected power, and that's what it's all about. Some fighters rise a little bit, some fighters go back a little bit, but LA, there's a certain fever about this team tonight that maybe they've come back. So we'll see if they're able to carry that over here.
Both teams play their opponents close, and we are seeing that here. Let's take a look at the highlights from the middle rounds, brought to you by the Balance of Nature. As we recap in exciting rounds 9 through 16, we focus in on 13 with Depestre against Raul Solomon. Again, Solomon, a 15-0 TCL fighter. This was a close round. That left punch moments ago, pushing Solomon back, that might have been the difference maker.
The last seconds of that fight, totally that one shot may have given it to him.
And then round 15 here, Dave.
They don't wait for the judges on this one. Vergara says, I've got some judges right here, and we don't like 10-9. Let's start with 10-8. The gloves hit the canvas. That's what causes the knockdown. And then, yeah, he goes for the big money after this.
A lot of shots upstairs, but it was the liver shot. The one shot to the body that puts Jones down.
Well disguised. He hadn't used it much during the fight. He waited for the perfect moment, and then he gets himself a big 10-7. So we've had some monumental developments back and forth.
Taking a look at the fight card for the money round, some intriguing matchups to kick it off. Abraante and Morales. Morales tasting defeat for the first time this season. Oswald Cabierro upset by Shawn Brewer in the opening round that they had in the launch round phase, and then we go right back to Solomon and Depestre. You know Raul Solomon is going to want to try and get revenge there.
And let's add one more element, pressure. So they're all going to be fights to watch. But now, with everything on the line, especially as it gets closer down toward the end, when everything is magnified. So take those nice fights and add the pressure term to it, and that's what we've got here.
Which fighters are going to rise up? Which are going to fold here in a tight contest? Tied at 151 all. This has been a good one here between Los Angeles and Las Vegas. Final 8 rounds. The money round's about to begin. Let's go back inside the ring with Ray Flores.
Ladies and gentlemen, with the score even at 151 between Las Vegas and LA, it is now time to begin the money rounds. We begin the money rounds in the lightweight division, round 17. For Las Vegas, it is Yusnel Abraante. For LA, it features Daniel Morales.
Abraante edged out Morales 10-9. And it was deserved, for sure. I mean, we've had some questionable judging here tonight, Dave, but that one you could not argue against. Abraante earned it.
Yeah, he earned it by just lowering his head and coming in. Sometimes you can do it with finesse. Sometimes you look for technique, and sometimes you just take the bull by the horns, go in. That's what he's doing. I'm coming straight in, and I'm going to try to get past your jab. I'll take whatever the cover charge is to get inside, and then I'm going to try to do my business.
Daniel Morales tasting defeat for just the 3rd time in his TCL career, now 11-3 all time. The 21-year-old is going to try and even the score to start the money rounds.
Now, if you're Morales, you don't have to engage in the straight-ahead conflict. You know that Abraante is coming in. You can try to move laterally and catch him with a hook, catch him out of position, or jab and then move and do something behind that. Because you know that Abraante is married to this particular style tonight. If you want to adjust and move, you'll get some angles.
Abraante walking into a left hand to the body. Abraante sneaking in a left hand that caught Morales off balance. Over a minute to go here in round 17.
Abraante is deceptive with his speed. And he's coming straight in, but he's coming in quickly.
Step back. The shots from Abraante, they are finding the perfect seam on the way to landing against Morales.
Risky there for Abraante to hold.
Got caught with a left uppercut. And Morales using that forearm to distance himself to throw that left hand. Good gamesmanship by Daniel Morales, taking advantage. If the referee is not going to call it, he's going to do it.
But has Morales given up some of the more natural weapons he could have used here with the lateral movement? And he's fighting Abrahante's fight. And Abraante, is, in terms of forward motion, has been a buzzsaw.
Those two literally fighting head-to-head in round 17.
Yes, and there's not a third matchup between them, even though they want one. So as it came down the home stretch, Abraante coming in, he ate a forearm indeed, as he then lands three more.
Here's some of the action from earlier in the round.
Abraante coming straight ahead, bullying, pushing off, holding. If they don't call it, you do it. He muscled them in this fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 17 by unanimous decision from Las Vegas, who's now Abraante. The score now, as we get ready for round 18, it is brought to you by Climax Moonshine, fire number 32, known to bring the heat. At the moment, the score 161 for Las Vegas, 160 for LA. Round 18 in the featherweight division for Las Vegas, Osvaldo Caballero. For LA, it is Shawn Brewer.
So Abraante taking both rounds against Daniel Morales here tonight, a fighter that was previously unbeaten this season. Now Shawn Brewer for Los Angeles is trying to sweep his rounds against the impressive Osvaldo Caballero, who you see in the black trunks.
And Brewer, way back in round 2, won a split decision.
Disguised uppercut by Caballero splits the guard of Shawn Brewer. A lot of punches being set up behind the jab for Caballero, Dave.
And he's stepping back, which is good because he's making an impression on the judges that I'm scoring, he's not throwing. If your opponent is not throwing and you are not in tight with him and you're trying, it is good to make it obvious to the judges that you're trying something and he's not. Brewer's trying with a cover-up, sort of a peekaboo defense, waiting for a counter shot. Cabierro is trying to make himself look busier.
reminder, there is a bump underneath the left eye of Shawn Brewer. That is a result of some of the right hands that he was eating from Cabierro way back in the second round. And he eats another one right there.
That was the full plate, that right hand. And there were a lot of those right hands by Caballero that got in at the end of round 2, but not enough to give him the call.
Final 45 seconds here in round 18. A 1-point lead for Las Vegas as it tries to improve to 5-0 on the season.
So Brewer has fought as a counterpuncher like he did most of the first fight. And Caballero has been a little more accurate in this fight than the first one.
This was a less lively second round between these two. We'll see who edged it out. So we take a look at some of the action.
Caballero, as the heads clash, does land a nice 3-punch combination and then darts out of the way.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner of round 18 for Las Vegas, Osvaldo Caballero. The score now, 171 for Las Vegas, 169 for LA. Round 19 in the super middleweight division. Las Vegas features Diana Depestre. Los Angeles has Raul Solomon.
Well, another big matchup right here with Depestre and Solomon. And there you see Raul Solomon. It feels like from his demeanor that there is some frustration, possibly from the fact that one punch in a close round thrown late by Depestre may have won Diana Depestre that round.
And the first loss for Solomon, so a tough way to eat that. Unfortunately for him, he hasn't had too much time to brood about it. He's right back here. And now trying to be the second straight fighter to even the ledger, as we saw in the last fight with Caballero for Las Vegas.
When you think of conventional boxing and some fighters maybe taking their first loss and then having to kind of sit on it for an extended length of time until they're able to finally get back in the ring and compete, this is what makes TCL a little bit different here. Solomon with his first defeat, now falling to 15-1 in his TCL career. He only had to sit on it for about 25-30 minutes.
He don't even have to go home in the middle, not several months. And there's some more pressure on him now as the 6 rounds to go. We have a factor now with his team down by a couple. And if Las Vegas gets out to a 3-point lead with 5 to go, that's a sizable advantage at this stage. So a lot of pressure on Solomon.
In many ways, Depestre and this Las Vegas team, they can slowly break this spirit down the stretch of LA with a win right here in round 19. We had Morales open up the money rounds with his second defeat of the night as Solomon lands a good combo. Caballero able to redeem himself against Shawn Brewer in the previous round. If Depestre is able to sweep his 2 rounds against Solomon, that would be a big swing for Las Vegas, who already has the 2-point lead in the overall score.
Solomon's been pressing the pace, and Depestre has come back at him. Solomon has been the more aggressive fighter. Depestre trying to win as a counterpuncher, which you can if you are exceedingly accurate.
Well, this round feels like it's just as close as the round they previously engaged in, round number 13. Again, it's the feeling from this desk that one punch determined the outcome. Will we see another punch here determine the outcome in the final seconds? What do you think, Dave?
Oof. I was leaning Solomon till the very end, just like in the last one. I think he was more aggressive, and at the end, you know, Depestre was more effective with the last 5 shots, including that one. 3 shots, gets in.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner of round 19 by unanimous decision from Las Vegas, Diana Depestre.
Got the best shots in the last 30 seconds, just like the first time. A little more sustained here. I think he took it away from him again.
Our next round is brought to you by Balance of Nature, proud health supplement partner of TCL. Round 20 will feature for Las Vegas, Reiner Diaz Salgado. For LA, Jason Moreno.
Second meeting between Salgado and Moreno here in round number 20. These two were able to go at it earlier in round number 6. Moreno won a 10-9 split decision, but the first 3 rounds going to Las Vegas here as we bring in Bubba Jenkins for round number 20. And I tell you what, Bubba, obviously, you know, your decorated wrestling career, you know about the ebbs and flows of the scoring in a team meet. You see what happened these last 3 rounds against the names that LA has on its roster. What jumps out at you here?
Well, what jumps out is that Las Vegas Hustle is a really good team. You know, I've seen a lot of these guys, you know, from all of the years that I've been here in TCL, and to see Las Vegas pick off, you know, some of the top names one by one, you know, including Raul Solomon and some of the other big name guys, you can tell that they are one of the top teams, you know, one of the teams with 4-0 victories, along with Philly being an undefeated team. But Las Vegas, it constantly flexes its muscles in these matches, and even when the judgments go the wrong way or go the opposite way and they get knocked down like they did later in those middle rounds, they continue to be a good, solid team, stick to the plan, and hustle their way into a victory, as they've been undefeated all year.
I think so far tonight, this has been the clearest piece of evidence as to how Las Vegas has gotten to this 4-0 mark at this point.
Resilience and depth. And you've got a guy like Depestre who can turn the tables with 2. You have, you know, Cabierro able to balance the scales after a first loss. So there's no drop-off in the talent. They're consistent. And they have to be building a ledger that they think they can win close fights.
Yeah, they definitely have you know, the recipe for close fights. They've been in the close fights all year, and they've been squeaking out these wins. They've had a couple overtime wins this year. It just is a good, resilient team with, you know, David Hayes leading the way, and they have a lot of good fighters on their team. Like you said, the depth is something that helps them. Oh, he got hit here.
Whoa, wobbly legs. Salgado skating backwards. LA looking on. Perhaps an opening here for Jason Moreno.
That was very
Moreno
big.
got the victory last time.
Very big for what
So
didn't
he's
happen.
looking to capitalize.
That looked like a 10-8
Moreno and LA's right back in it. Yeah, absolutely. The thing about Las Vegas, though, is every time their guys get hit or get hit big, you know, most of the times than not, they hold on and they don't give up the big points. Now, we did see the big guy give up the big points, but for the most part, they don't give them up.
Moreno feeling like he broke this stretch of 4 straight rounds won by Las Vegas dating back to the middle rounds.
And he almost made it a double as he had Salgado in trouble here. But to the credit of the Las Vegas fighter, turns it around and he's able to stay on his feet. That's always big, but especially big in the money rounds.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner of round 20 by unanimous decision from LA, Jason Moreno. Your score. Round number 21 will go 10-9 in favor of Los Angeles. Awarded to Juan Higuera due to Brian Jones being unable to continue. At the moment, your score, Las Vegas 199, LA 198. Our next round is brought to you by Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and self-discovery. Round 22 at 118 pounds for Las Vegas, Yadeli Maderos. For Los Angeles, Merari Vivar Hernandez.
All right, Dave, 1-point lead, 3 rounds to go. Vegas trying to hold on and improve to 5-0. Las Vegas picking up a win from Yadele Maderos in the launch rounds over Merari Vivar. That was way back in round number 1.
Gee, it would be nice if we could inject a little drama into this. 3 fights to go, 1 point. And a good comeback for LA.
Vivar knows she has to take it to another level here to try and knock Yadele Maderos off her rhythm. She moved really nice in the opening round.
Showing you why she's an unbeaten fighter. Gliding, nice lateral movement, good ring general skills.
Vivar picking up a left hand that scores.
And Vivar will be the one that has to gamble. She wants to get in. Catch Maderos on the move.
And the 23-year-old from East LA tie this overall score up. Pick off Maderos. Hand her first defeat of the season. We talked about the movement of Maderos in round 1. Not as sharp here in round 22, Dave.
No. She's caught a couple. Not able to move laterally as easily. And she was doing it in the first minute of this round. And then the leg's not there the same way. And that's enabled Vivar to come in and try and do some of her best work. That right hand just missed.
And Maderos looks like she may have gotten her rhythm back. There you see her. The legs bouncing, moving laterally.
And she can make it much easier on herself when she does that. And then you get to land those straight lefts down the middle when you're on an angle. You make Vivar turn all the time and not be set. All those little things.
Like that one right there.
You do the right things, there you go.
Another left hand leading the charge here for Yadele Maderos. turning it on, flipping the switch, and going a little bit higher with the intensity. And Maderos, with that final 30-second surge here, may have come away with another round win over Vivar.
She removes all doubt with this. Good pressure, evading a shot, and this is after she'd been moving laterally. Hey, she's making Vivar miss because she's bouncing just enough.
The winner on round 22 by unanimous decision from Las Vegas, Maderos. Your score, Las Vegas 209, LA 207. Round 23 will be contested in the middleweight division, as Las Vegas will showcase Luis Portuando. Los Angeles features Gerardo Vergara.
All right, round number 23 after Vegas has now built itself a 2-point cushion. Luis Portuando, who was able to pick off Gerardo Vergara via split decision in round 7. They go at it again here at 160 pounds. Portuando in the gold trunks, Vergara in the, beg your pardon, again, Vergara in the gold trunks rather, and Portuando in the black trunks for Vegas.
See Vergara trying to get down low, trying to go to the body from there, make himself a smaller target in this particular attack mode.
Good sneaky right hand landed by Portuando.
Good movement and turn there by Vergara. But they both have good intensity on their punches.
And they both shown good defense for the most part, covering up.
That's a product of bringing your hands back fast and maintaining your balance.
Close range action between these two 160-pounders in round number 23. Who will come out victorious? As we are in the final stretch, has been a very close back and forth head-to-head matchup between LA and Las Vegas.
Just like the first time, you could flip a coin to see who you like.
Vegas needed overtime to edge out Phoenix back on May the 10th. They edged New York by 1 point back on May 17th. Right here, a 2-point lead against LA. They have found ways to close out and win close matches. Can they do it again here on this Sunday in Arizona?
Vergara getting good shots in. They've been tight, and then Vergara being pushed. This is, I take my shots, you take your shots.
From the naked eye, it looks like the efficiency rating from both fighters is equal.
Yeah, this seems like it would have split decision written all over it. So we'll see. I don't think they have it, which is one indication that you could get that split.
They fought to a split decision in the launch rounds. Could it happen again here in the money rounds?
These guys had mirror image styles and ideas, and their pace was the same. So who do you like? This is Vergara on the inside and then taking shots. If you're a Vegas fan, you like what you're seeing in this exchange.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner of round 23 by unanimous decision from Las Vegas, Portuando. Las Vegas leads LA 219-216. Round 24, the final round in the money round. In the light heavyweight division for Las Vegas, it is Rivero. Los Angeles showcases Angel Lozano.
Luis Portuando getting a 10-9 decision over Gerardo Vergara in round 23. Vergara, a fighter who entered tonight's meeting against Las Vegas, having won 4 straight rounds. Now it's a 3-point lead for Vegas, and Angel Lozano needs a stoppage for Los Angeles.
He has to pull a rabbit out of his hat with this one, because his style in the first fight was to wait and try to set up one shot. Now, you have to be going all out. You know, they talk about if the knockout comes, it comes, but you have to be hunting it this time if you are Lozano.
Angel Lozano is 7-0 with 5 knockouts in regular boxing. And here is where this matchup will be decided against 2 fighters who, look, they make up the supporting cast of their teams. Both of these fighters entered today with losing records on the season. It's what makes it very interesting that they are deciding it. Again, from the team concept, this is what happens. This is sports.
Yes, we talked about at the top that both losing records, they're evenly matched. Good opportunities. Each guy thinks, you know, I'm in a good spot to win this. Question now for Lozano is, can he get the big one? Now, their styles the first time where they went back with Lozano waiting, and Lozano is not waiting here. He knows what's at stake, and he's trying to pull this 3-point deficit all the way out.
He has approximately 90 more seconds to do it. Can Angel Lozano in the gold trunks put down Yasel Rivero and put him down for good?
Or put him down twice.
1 knockdown for Lozano in this round won't cut it. He needs a stoppage to tie it. That means 2 knockdowns or this one being stopped completely. Rivero charging forward.
You know, while Lozano's aware of what's at stake, Rivero is too, but he's not fighting to protect his team's lead. He's coming at it the same way he did the first time they fought. Straight ahead, which opens him up for the possibility of getting hit with a big shot or landing a big one himself.
And if that mentally is the appropriate plan of attack for a fighter, that's probably what you want to go with. At times he has leaned forward. He's put himself in a dangerous position. Lozano hasn't capitalized on those.
Well, you look at Lozano and you don't think the stoppage is in his wheelhouse. He's got all the tools and credentials to have height and reach advantages, but he hasn't been able to land against a smaller opponent with a big shot. He's landed his best punches when he's been backing up.
Time winding down. Perhaps running out for Los Angeles, and it has. Despite the outcome of this individual round, Las Vegas will move on to 5-0. Another close match won by the hustle.
And they develop a team chemistry. I think they develop an attitude when they can win tight fights, because this was even coming into the money rounds.
Head coach David Hayes leading the post-fight chant. This decision of this round will just determine the overall final score.
Ladies and gentlemen, the score totals for round 24 are as follows. The first judge has it 10-9 in favor of LA's Lozano. The second judge has it 10-9 in favor of Las Vegas's Rivero. And the third and final judge has it 10-9 for your winner of round 24 by split decision from Las Vegas, Rivero. Your final score, Las Vegas also 229, the LA Elite 225. Las Vegas remains undefeated on the season.
Las Vegas with a spirited celebration ringside in Arizona. They remain undefeated and perhaps showcase some of the best performances as to why. Close fights, electric rounds. In the end, they pull away. They stave off Los Angeles and win it.
Weekdays at 8 a.m. Eastern.
All right, let's go.
Get your day going with Steve.
Everybody in a good mood today?
He rules.
Steve Harvey for president.
And nobody throws it down like Steve.
That's how you do it, baby. Make me the best talk show in the world, which I am.
When you're having this much fun, it's Harvey working.
Oh, you just went straight up there, didn't you?
Steve, weekdays at 8 a.m. Eastern, 7 Central on Dr. Phil's Merit TV.
I thought we had a plan for Dad. He was set to go to the senior living community right by my house. Then a friend suggested I talk to a place for Mom. They really opened my eyes. My advisor listened and understood his needs and showed us options that were still nearby, but a better fit for Dad. Now he's in a warm, engaging community with a big group of friends. I know we made the better choice.
For free senior living advice, go to aplaceformom.com.
Whether you're mastering the golf course, nurturing your garden, or dancing the cha-cha-cha, maintain your well-being with Balance of Nature fruits and veggies supplements, a formulated blend of 31 whole food ingredients. Imagine the possibilities when you feel your best, exploring new passions, rediscovering old ones, and embracing every moment with renewed enthusiasm. It's time to redefine what's possible and live life on your terms. Start your journey with Balance of Nature.
TCL Team Boxing League is brought to you by Climax Moonshine Fire number 32, a drink not only made to tingle your senses with hot cinnamon flavor, but also made to pay tribute to firefighters all across America. This drink will put a kick in your step with its bold, hot smoothness. Vegas takes it. Let's take a look at our Fire number 32 KO of the night, round 15.
Well, this was the drama here with Vergara. Put his team right back in it for the money rounds. That liver shot punctuating a great performance. We saw the uppercuts and then the finale, which was the hook that you can't see.
4 points earned in the process for Juan Vergara. Let's go back inside the ring with Ray Flores.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is our round of the night. It is round number 7, Luis Portuando and Gerardo Vergara. Our third star of the night from the LA Elite, Juan Vergara. Our second star of the night from the Las Vegas Hustle, Maderos. And our first star of the night from the undefeated Las Vegas Hustle, Depestre.
Translator in Depestre. Done again, MVP a second time or maybe even third. How'd you get it done against a Raul Solomon who's a tough fighter?
Ganaste la victoria contra un peleador muy bueno. ¿Cómo fue que hiciste el trabajo?
Bueno, salí calmado a esperar a que él, oh my God, a que él trabajara y bueno, yo hice mi trabajo.
Congratulations, a good night. What did he say?
He said he was calm and he was waiting for him to come and he just did his job.
Well, like you said, you did your job. Congratulations. We want to talk to Coach Hayes right here. David Hayes, 6-0, 5-0. You guys just racking up wins, man. What do you got to say about your team and how you guys continue to win the close bout?
First thing, we're a close-knit team. We really believe in each other. We never lose belief. We got a great coaching staff, and we got great fighters, and we all really lock in and believe in each other.
The momentum swings back and forth. How do you feel like your team adjusts to that? And is there something you say or do, or is there a chant that you get them right back focused?
Everybody know the chant. I don't have to say it, but what I always tell them we can get it back because we got the format, next man up. If one man fall, our next man will stand tall.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations again on another victory. Las Vegas got it done. Back at you guys.
All right, Bubba, so Las Vegas wins it 229-225 as we welcome you back inside the studios here. Let's take you through the money round highlights presented by the Balance of Nature. And we showcase the very first round of the money rounds. That's round number 17. Yusniel Abraante, Daniel Morales. Morales came in as an undefeated fighter on the season. He's walking out with 2 L's here, Dave.
Abraante, excellent work, just powering his way inside, saying, I dare you to move laterally and get your shots in. Abraante was a buzzsaw.
Victorious in rounds 10 and 17 over Morales. And then moving on to round number 23. You know, Depestre was named star of the night. Luis Portuando, it felt like there should have been room on that podium for this gentleman because he came away outpointing Gerardo Vergara twice tonight.
And the clinching match that made it practically impossible. He put them up by 3, forcing Lozano into a knockout situation, which he was not going to be comfortable with for the last fight.
So Portuando flexing his muscles, giving Vergara the bow and arrow there as well. He goes 2 for 2. And we're seeing why more and more while Las Vegas, they have standout talent. They have some role fighters as well. Again, we use these team concepts now in the TCL. It's very unconventional for boxing, but you see their support staff, you see their role fighters step up when they need it the most.
One man falls, the next man stands tall. I think he pretty much summarized it right there. This is a very consistent team. There are really no weaknesses and no drop-offs in their talent. So you might say, okay, we may not have the biggest stars all the time, but we have nobody who's weak. And in a night where like a Cabierro can get beat, guess what? Somebody else can come up big and he can also redeem himself.
All right, we've heard from the stars of the night. We've heard from David Hayes as well with Bubba Jenkins. Bubba, who else do you have?
I got Elena Reed right here, okay? So she's a boxing champion and an MMA champion, and she's enjoying the TCL. What'd you think about what you saw tonight?
It was awesome. There's a lot of action, and there's actually a lot of technique, which I didn't expect because I knew in just the one, I knew there'd be the round, and it was a short round, so I knew there'd be action, but to see how much technique there was as well, I was pleasantly surprised.
Yeah. Well, team combat, every round's the 12th round. With you being in all kinds of combat, you've seen it all. What would your strategy be going into your 3 minutes that is normally not for the women's division?
I think you just have to go balls to the wall. And I mean, it'd have to be really a sprint the whole time and just excitement.
Absolutely. Well, we got to see a lot of excitement tonight. I hope you come out for the rest of the season. Is there anything you got going on? Is there anything you want to talk about?
Absolutely. So I did fight all my life, and I fought in the ring, and now I'm fighting for our community. So I work with aged out foster youth, and I started a nonprofit, and it's called Paving Over Foster Care.
Well, that is awesome. That is awesome to hear. Well, congratulations with that, and good luck with that. We're going to be here at the Team Combat League. We're excited to have you, and hopefully you come back.
Thank you so much.
All right. We got the interviews. You guys got the action. Back at you guys.
Thank you so much, Bubba. Elena Reed, an extensive career in pro boxing, 31 fights as a pro boxing, 19 wins, also has vast experience in MMA, and you never know who's going to turn out to a show in the TCL Team Boxing League. What we did see tonight was Las Vegas answer the call, and they were able to close it out get themselves a little bit breathing room as well. I mean, we know that LA needed 3 points to tie. It didn't look like it was going to be happening there, but Las Vegas finds a way to get to 5-0, and they do. And again, the best team in the TCL remains atop the standings as we take a look at the latest version of the TCL Team Boxing League standings. Hustle now 5-0, separating themselves further and further. Philadelphia, who we're going to see in action in the next couple of weeks, is also 3-0, also undefeated. But Vegas cementing itself, especially in that Western Division, Dave, as LA falls under 500.
And it's impressive tonight for Vegas because LA showed up. It was in the cards for them, staying even after the second part of this fight, getting some split decision wins, getting a knockout to be in there. It was a kind of night where a lot of things were falling in place for LA, and you could have seen that they might have been able to take that one step more and get the upset. But Vegas settles in, shows their mettle, gets some unexpected victories from fighters, and basically they again show you why that on a night when their opponents were very much inspired, that they could come up big themselves.
They get victories from unexpected performers. They also collectively pick apart some of the best talent from the opposition like they did here.
Yeah, they got some wins over fighters who had been unbeaten coming in here. Did that a couple of times tonight. So they were able to get those unexpected sources of victories. And, first losses for people like, Solano, it just doesn't make, sense that LA was going to lose those in their perspective, but Vegas took it away. So they find ways. They have a lot of talent. They have a lot of people who could come up big, and that's why when he's talking about the team concept, it worked.
Yeah, they negate Raul Solomon. They negate Daniel Morales, and they go on to handle their business and improve to 5-0. Las Vegas wins it by 4 over Los Angeles, 229-225. The final. Don't change the channel. Coming up next on Merit TV, we go back to Phoenix as the Fury take on the Boston Butchers here in a Sunday night showdown. Phoenix coming off a huge win over LA last week. They're hoping to continue this hot streak. Las Vegas wins it 229-225. For our entire crew, for Bubba Jenkins, Dave Bontempo, I'm Justin Shackle. We'll see you in a moment as Phoenix and Boston clash in the desert.
They did the crime.
The unresponsive male was deceased as a result of stabbings.
Nancy Grace will do the time.
That so-called evidence was planted.
Analyzing it.
Busted. We have launched into the only thing we know how to do, analyzing facts, analyzing evidence, and building a case. It would be wrong of me not to share that with you.
Join us on Crime Stories with Nancy Grace as we investigate missing people and unsolved homicides.
Weeknights at 6 p.m., 5 Central on Dr. Phil's Merit TV.
Talk is cheap when it comes to saving our country. We're not just any cell phone service provider. We're Patriot Mobile. It's not enough to simply talk about values. We live them. Defending life, protecting our First and Second Amendments, and celebrating our military and first responder heroes. We're boots on the ground making a difference. We're America's only Christian conservative wireless provider with nationwide coverage on all 3 major networks and 100% U.S.-based customer service. Join Patriot Mobile today and make an impact every time you use your cell phone.
Who doesn't like a good old-fashioned car chase?
Get out of the car. How come you didn't stop? I don't want it.
As far as dumb drugs?
Give you guys a couple minutes to get dressed.
Well, what brought you guys all the way up here?
Sex.
It's just plain stupid behavior. I'll see you for Cops Reloaded on Merit TV.
Oh, by the way, you're under arrest.
Well, there is nothing more frustrating than tossing and turning in your bed, your mind racing, and you're thinking, gosh, I'll never fall asleep. From warm milk to melatonin to prescription meds, there's no shortage of sleep aids. But what about CBD, the active ingredient found in sleep cream? More and more studies show that CBD helps people to fall asleep and stay asleep. Many CBD products are oil-based. Sleep Cream's pharmaceutical-grade CBD crystals are over 99% pure, sourced from known small-batch domestic hemp farmers. But is it safe? According to Harvard Medical School, for most adults, CBD appears to be a very safe product. The CBD in Sleep Cream is 99% pure CBD isolate. It's THC-free as well. So this is not a hallucinogenic, and it is not addictive. So the short answer is CBD in sleep cream is safe and it's legal. As always, consult your physician before using any product to help you sleep, including sleep cream.
Well, the sun slowly setting on a Sunday night in Phoenix, Arizona. Second half of our Sunday doubleheader coming up as the host team is back in the ring. Boy, they are on fire. The Phoenix Fury playing host to the Boston Butchers. Coming up from Mesa, Arizona, as we welcome you back inside our Merit TV Sports studios. Glad to have you along with us again for the second half of this doubleheader. Justin Shackle, Dave Bontempo with you. You have Phoenix and you have Boston. And the Fury amongst the TCL Team Combat League, Team Boxing League teams right now, arguably the hottest aside from Las Vegas. They have a chance to really pull up the standings within the same division as Las Vegas. Bottom line, they are putting a lot of opponents on notice here in 2025.
Came in as a new team this year. What type of expectations? They have suddenly become a subtle juggernaut, beating teams, hanging in there with an overtime with Vegas. This is one of the top teams in the league. I called them the imposters last week because their record did not show what their talent was, but people are catching up with that now. On the other side for Boston, it is getting late. You know, they've had that 1-point win early in the season. It's been a long time between victories for Boston, and they don't have as deep a staff perhaps as some other teams.
It feels like the talent is there for Boston. The depth is another question, like you mentioned. And when we take a look at what Boston has been able to do here in 2025, you mentioned the opening weekend win over New York City. Not much after that in terms of the team aspect. They've lost 3 straight, but Rashidi Ellis continues to perform very, very nicely. 8-0 record, 2 stoppages. You're going to see him tonight in rounds number 6 and 17, and that is a middleweight who can put on a show, as can his teammate at junior middleweight. That's Jaye Brown, because back on May 17th against the defending champs, the Philadelphia Smoke, he came away with a stoppage win. He's going to be in 2 rounds here again tonight. When you look at this bout sheet, up and down, though, Dave, those 2 fighters, there's a lot of pressure on Ellis and Brown.
There's a lot of pressure on Ellis and Brown, and they've not been as strong as the women's ranks as other teams, and that has tended to hurt them as well. So they've come close in a couple matches. They've also had a 1-point loss, but just not able to get over the top. And now it's getting late in the season for them, so they'll have to find something.
So Boston entering at 1-3. As for Phoenix, we talked about the 3 of the 4 wins that they have come along here at 3-2. They have a chance to improve to 4-2, and they did a great job beating Los Angeles by 4 points last weekend. Tiara Brandt, a newcomer, making her TCL debut. She was able to pick off Lizette Lopez, who is a 20-match winner here in the TCL. Split the 2 rounds with the veteran in Lopez. She earned Fighter of the Night honors. We're going to see her again in the ring for 2 rounds tonight against Camila Pineda. And then Boston's Phoenix's big heavyweight, Charles Pugh, competing in the cruiserweight division. He is 9-1. Dave, you look at this roster, 3 first-year competitors for Phoenix. Pugh, Rahman Muhammad, Reiko Santana. They are a combined 23-2 in 2025.
And they're a big reason that this team has exceeded expectations. At first, people thought, hey, Phoenix is a nice team. We hope that they can win their share. And little by little, based on this trio, we're seeing them emerge as a powerhouse. Pugh, especially the game against San Antonio, the match, he won the last fight of the night to give his team the win, and this team has propelled ever since.
There's a look at the latest TCL Team Boxing League standings. We saw Las Vegas able to hold off LA earlier in our first half of our doubleheader. They're now 5-0. Phoenix has a chance to join Vegas and Dallas as 4-win teams this season. There you see the launch round fight card. First 8 rounds on the schedule tonight. Tierra Brandt in action against Camila Pineda in round number 3. Round number 6, though, we talk about the pressure, the onus being on fighters like Rashidi Ellis, like Jaye Brown. Well, Rashidi Ellis is in it against, I don't want to call him an unknown in Yordan Barrera. He's coming in at 6-5. Like we saw in Vegas and LA, records don't mean much here tonight.
We have seen a lot of debuts. And look at Brandt. Who was she before last week? She makes her debut and fighter of the night. But the pressure is there for Ellis and Brown. And they may have to go for it and try for some extra points for their teams. Ellis has been butter. He's been smooth as silk for this team. But will he try to get a little bit more for the team? We're going to take a look at him tonight trying to do that.
Let's go out to the third member of our broadcast crew. It is Bubba Jenkins. And Bubba, Dave and I looking up and down the bout sheet. I'm wondering, in a concept like this, obviously you've been around the league so much, around these fighters. Do you think the fighters are looking up and down the bout sheets the same way we are, the same way we're discussing them?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. There's no question about it. I mean, when I used to be in the tournaments, we would go up to the bracket and find out who we got weeks and times before it was actually looking. So the fact that they get to find each other in fights, get to watch each other's earlier in the rounds, and then possibly fight these guys next, you know they're looking up and down the list. They're looking at their bout sheet. They're looking about how many guys they got, and they're getting themselves prepared. I'm excited for Boston, though. They're coming out. They haven't been on, as one of the top teams in the league, but they're here in Phoenix's backyard, and they're riddled with guys like Ellis and Brown that you said got a little bit of pressure on them. But they're here in Phoenix's backyard where they're tough. They come out with a big crowd. They get the crowd fired up, and they got a lot of exciting fighters. So the pressure is really on Boston to be here at the away team to give themselves a shot to get back in the mix of things in the TCL.
I think you're right, Bubba. We talked about those 3 fighters for Phoenix, the 3 first-year fighters. They're up against it here tonight, against some lesser-known fighters. Toka Khan is no joke. He has done a terrific job in traditional boxing. You're going to see him going up against Rahman Muhammad. You also have Raiko Santana coming up against the veteran and Ronald Ellis. So it's no pushover, no gimmies here for Phoenix. But what will win out? Will it be Phoenix's consistency? They're on a heater. They're trying to go for a 4th straight win. A 4th win in their last 5, rather. Boston trying to avoid a 4th straight defeat. Launch rounds coming up next.
Step into a world of simplicity, reflection, and tranquility.
Tell me what I did!
Enjoy private accommodations, curated meals, and a minimalist lifestyle designed to help you reconnect with what truly matters.
And I will watch!
Let go of distractions and embrace the calm.
Break it up!
Start your quiet exploration in jail every weekday, only on Merit TV.
I'm a 79-year-old power lifter. I set 4 state records for New York State for my age bracket. I set a national record on the deadlift. And I found for me, my body adapts better eating healthier food, putting better things in me. I take balance in nature because I've seen the benefits for me. I'm reaping the benefit of this product. There's no question in my mind. Otherwise, I wouldn't take it. Forget about it.
Get 35% off your first set as a preferred customer. Claim this offer by using discount code.
Talk is cheap when it comes to saving our country. We're not just any cell phone service provider. We're Patriot Mobile. It's not enough to simply talk about values. We live them. Defending life, protecting our First and Second Amendments, and celebrating our military and first responder heroes. We're boots on the ground making a difference. We're America's only Christian conservative wireless provider with nationwide coverage on all 3 major networks and 100% US-based customer service. Join Patriot Mobile today and make an impact every time you use your cell phone.
Balance of Nature is a proud partner of TCL Team Boxing League. As a preferred customer, get 35% off your first set when you use code FIGHT. Go to balanceofnature.com or call today. Saguaro Lake on a Sunday night. Nothing better as the temperature rises in the Valley of the Sun. Getting ready to go with the launch rounds. Let's first meet both teams as Boston and Phoenix go at it. We go back inside Arizona Athletic Grounds with Ray Flores.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Arizona Athletic Grounds for Team Combat League. we want to send a special thank you to the Arizona State Boxing and MMA Commission with Executive Director Danny Villa for hosting tonight's event. Also, a big thank you to our fine sponsors, Climax Moonshine, Fire number 32, known to bring the heat. Also, Balance of Nature, proud health supplement partner of TCL. Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and self-discovery. And Dr. Phil's Merit TV. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the visiting Boston Butchers.
No, quick to that bell ring. All my life I had to win. Give everything I had to give. Got that fire in my soul. All my life I had to fight to the end. I ain't never giving in. We gon' make history. We gon' make history. Together we stand tall to secure victory. To secure victory. Tonight you gon' see the best of me, what's left of me. I'ma give it all I have inside, you see. I'ma take this victory, it's positively legendary. I'ma make history. I leave you unfair where you stand, I'm the man. You cannot compare, you a fan, I'm the champ.
The Boston Butchers are led by their head coach, former Team USA Olympic boxing coach, Mark Gargaro. The athletes, bantamweight, Leah Lewandowski. Featherweight, Eric Emery. Featherweight, Camila Panetta. Lightweight, Deontay Brown. Super welterweight, Jaye Golden Child Brown. TCL Season 2's most exciting fighter, ranked in the top 10 by both the WBA and WBO middleweight, Rashidi Speedy Ellis. Light heavyweight, Stephen the Savage Sumter. Heavyweight, Michael Coffey. Former WBA, NABA super featherweight champion, lightweight, Abraham Nova. Welterweight, Toka Khan. Super middleweight, Ronald Ellis. 2025 Guatemala national champion, cruiserweight, Miguel Teao. And heavyweight, Skylar Lacy. And now let's welcome your hometown, Phoenix Fury.
Hey, Sonny, man, let them know what it is.
Hey, my boy. We're not here to blend in. We're here to stand out. Yeah, buddy.
Hope you ready, cause we coming, yeah, we coming. Phoenix Fury, we ain't running, Lace them up, let's get the junkin'. I know pushing, I know shoving. We gon' show you how we coming. Let's get ready to fight. You know it's going down. I'm trying to knock out your lights and put you on the ground. Securing the dub, let's make AZ proud. And if you know, then you know. We ain't standing down. We jabbing, we hooking, we going round for round. Team led by Sonny and Joe. Welcome to the town. Phoenix Fury is up next, we going pound for pound. Watch us turn up the heat, you in the valley now. Go Phoenix, go Phoenix, go Phoenix. Go Phoenix, go Phoenix, go Phoenix. Go Phoenix, go Phoenix, go Phoenix. Go Phoenix, go Phoenix, go Phoenix.
The Phoenix Fury are led by their head coach, Sonny Gutierrez. And now the athletes, bantamweight, Paige Gilbert. Featherweight, Joseph King Rivas. Featherweight, Tierra Brent. Lightweight, Elena Medina. Super welterweight, DeAndre Dixie Animal Pettis. Middleweight, Jordana Barrera. Light heavyweight, Raquel Brown. Heavyweight, Christopher Ewerts. Lightweight, Juan Pablo Rodriguez. Welterweight, Rahman Muhammad. Super welterweight, Raiko El Corojo Santana. Cruiserweight, Charles CP the Champ Pugh. And heavyweight, Adam Stewart. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Phoenix Fury.
The Phoenix Fury, one of the hottest teams right now in TCL Team Combat League. Winners at 3 of their last 4, taking on the Boston Butchers, who have dropped 3 in a row. And we are getting set for round number 1.
For Boston features Leah Lewandowski. For the Phoenix Fury, it is Paige Gilbert.
Leah Lewandowski returning to action here for Boston. First time we've seen her in the ring for the Butchers since April 26, going up against Paige Gilbert, the 21-year-old southpaw, originally from Casper, Wyoming. Took a pair of rounds from Arisnelny Castillo last weekend, though in their second round, Castillo dislocated her shoulder. She had to stop fighting. Gilbert 4-4 this season.
Lewandowski trying to get into the win column. She'll be trying to beat the southpaw style with the lead right hand. But she needs to be able to put punches together. Right there, she dropped her head as she fired, made her vulnerable for a shot.
These two are only scheduled for this 1 round here tonight, unless this head-to-head matchup between Phoenix and Boston needs overtime. These two would decide it in round 25. If you're unfamiliar with TCL Team Boxing League rules, this head-to-head matchup between two teams are made up of 24 individual 3-minute rounds. The launch round phase, round 1 through 8. Middle rounds, rounds 9 through 16. The money rounds, rounds 17 through 24. Fighters can compete in more than 1 round, and they have chances to earn points for their team. Only have 3 minutes to do so to make an impression on the judges.
Lewandowski is in this. She's firing some good right hands here, getting through the lead right hand against the southpaw. She seems comfortable finding a spot. The question is, can she summon up enough in the last minute to get something that's out there for her, or will Gilbert start showing her experience?
See, one of the fighters of the week last week, Tierra Brand, waiting to go. She'll be in the 3rd round. Good crack there from Paige Gilbert. And another one with that right hand. Well, Lewandowski's made her mark. There's some redness along the left side of Gilbert's face.
Gilbert has been fluid landing these big left hands, and Lewandowski has had some individual shots. Not able to put much together, and she's pawing with her right hand out there. That needs to be thrown with conviction, or else you pay.
Like the punches that Gilbert's unloading here. A couple of lefts landing directly against Lewandowski. As more time passes by, Paige Gilbert It's in her bag here in round one. How about this? A big turnaround for Paige Gilbert. Erasing no doubt in round number one.
She took the suspense out of the fight with those straight left hands as Lewandowski appeared to tire and could not get the right hand up, defend her off, and get into some kind of a flow. Gilbert almost got more than the 10-9. I was talking about Lewandowski just pouring her right hand out there and she'll start to pay. And did she ever pay? This was a premium bill that was due because Gilbert just teed off and showed good balance, showed good leverage coming from both sides. And it was all Lewandowski could do to keep this at 10-9.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner of round one from the Phoenix Fury, Paige Gilbert. Phoenix jumps out to an early 10-9 lead. Our next round is brought to you by Climax Moonshine, fire number 32, known to bring the heat. For Boston, it is Eric Emery. For Phoenix, it features Joseph Rivas.
A pair of 126-pounders in round two, Rivas and Emery. Pay close attention. These are the two that will compete in round 24. Emery in the blue trunks for Boston, Joseph Rivas in the silver and the maroon for the Phoenix Fury, both in their first seasons. Emery made his TCL debut back on April the 26th against Rashid Brown, but he was DQ'd. His bout was ruled a no contest after those two got into a bit of a tussle after the bell was rung.
You have good attacking here from Rivas. Emery's trying to dance away and use the reach. He just missed with a big left hand, and Rivas makes him pay by getting inside.
Rivas has lost 3 of his last 4 after he split a pair of rounds against LA's Shawn Brewer last weekend. We saw Shawn Brewer pick off Osvaldo Cabierro earlier tonight. No easy task, but it just goes to show that even the best fighters and their sparkling records, they can lose here in TCL Team Boxing League.
3 minutes, a lot can change. It was a great performance by Brewer earlier tonight. Now we've got, with the dueling lefties, it's all about the precision here. The classic way to fight the lefty out the window. You've got Rivas as the one who looks like he's on the attack. Even though Emery is trying to make him come in to engage.
Big left crack by Eric Emery.
He did get Rivas to walk into it. That's the whole point about the dancing and the lateral movement. He got his one-punch payoff.
Rivas trying to not make that same mistake here over the final 30 seconds. Solid exchange leads to a right hand landing by Rivas.
Emery landed the best punch of the fight. Question will be, will that be enough? Or will the judges like the pressure coming from Rivas?
What will appeal more in the eyes of the judges? We shall find out. Again, file it away. What we're about to hear from the judges. Take it with us for round number 24 later tonight.
And this was the bout in a nutshell, with Rivas pressuring. Emery occasionally getting off some good ones. But do the judges like the counterpunch?
Ladies and gentlemen, the judges score up to as follows. The first judge has it 10-9 in favor of Boston's Eric Emery. The second judge has it 10-9 in favor of Phoenix's Joseph Rivas. And the third and final judge has it 10-9 for your winner by split decision from Boston, Eric Emery. The score is now even at 19 apiece. Round number 3 in the featherweight division for the Boston Butchers. It is Camila Panetta. For the Phoenix Fury, Teao Brent.
So here we go with round number 3. Camila Panetta for the Boston Butchers. She's been a staple in their lineup here in her first season. Taking on Teao Brent. Made her TCL debut last week against a career, at the time, 21-10 fighter in Lizette Lopez. She earned a 2-round split to earn Fighter of the Night honors.
And she landed a big shot for a 10-8 the second time through.
Meanwhile, Panetta's 2-5 here in TCL, but she has only faced undefeated fighters. And 3 of those 4 defeats, they have come against Philly's Rashida Ellis, the sister of Speedy Rashidi.
That almost doesn't count if you have all these fights against either of the Ellises.
Let's take a closer look at Camila Panetta, who hails originally from just outside of Rome, Italy. 33 years of age. Loves her steak, but loves sushi more. It's all about the food that you like after you weigh in.
That's right.
These weight cuts are really great.
I was ready for the pasta. Italy? Where's the pasta?
She's been one of the main sparring partners for Katie Taylor, one of the best women fighters of all time, in her lead up to her fights against another southpaw like Panetta and Amanda Serrano.
And you can't help but obtain pointers by osmosis, fighting people like that. And it really improves your speed and reflexes.
Left hand lands from Panetta. She's doing a pretty good job staying out of the way of that right hand from Teao Brent.
And then walking inside, tying up, then getting back out. If you can tie up and just make it look like it's a little momentum disruptor, referees won't frown on that. If you make it a big part of the fight, then they will.
Right hand comes over the top from Camila Panetta. There's a land by Brent. And another one. Straight shot right hand. Landed twice in a matter of 5 seconds.
Yeah, she got 2 nice ones in. And she's sharpshooting with that, trying to get closer.
3-punch combo from Panetta. She's finding some accuracy here against the former Muay Thai champion.
Panetta was workmanlike on the inside. Brent was pretty effective outside, like right there. One of her better moments. And the right hand got through with a lot of pop on it. See where the foot was outside the left foot of the southpaw, and then she landed the right hand down the middle. And when she didn't, and when Panetta had the edge on the foot on the outside, she was effective and won the exchange.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner of round 3 from the Boston Butchers, Camila Panetta. The score, Boston 29, Phoenix 28. This round is being brought to you by the Balance of Nature, proud health supplement partner of TCL. Now we have in the lightweight division for Boston, Deontay Brown. For Phoenix, Elena Medina.
Round 4 showcases a pair of 135-pounders. Deontay Brown back in his second matchup of 2025. He returned to the TCL after not competing last year. Went 8-2 back in 2023. And Alan Medina is in his third season. He's performed mainly at welterweight. 25-year-old southpaw now fighting at 135 pounds. It's 4-6 this year. He's dropped 3 straight.
That's a big drop from 147 to 135 pounds. Sometimes you make sacrifices like that for the team so they can be stronger, and sometimes you just feel more comfortable going down. But usually we see fighters moving up rather than moving down.
Medina, born in Fresno, now lives in Las Vegas. He's been boxing since he was 8 years of age. So it's southpaw versus southpaw here in the 4th round as Boston has taken the lead after Pineda outpointed Brand.
And so they both know what they're trying to do stylistically to find the angles. It's just a matter of controlled aggression now and trying to set something up. Medina's trying to cut off the ring. He would need to step one more step to his right to do that.
Oh, he clipped him. Medina getting that left hand in. Deontay Brown is 16-0 with 11 knockouts in regular boxing. He had his most recent fight a couple of months ago in Houston on a Red Owl show. And he holds a top 75 ranking in the division if you go by the BoxRec algorithm.
And yet it's a different story here. Everything has to be put into the 1 round, and he's doing a lot of moving to his left, trying to stay away from the power hand of Medina. And Medina, when he cuts off the ring, he steps effectively to his right. But you want to be close enough to your opponent when you do that so that if you do get him to turn, you can fire.
Just feels like within this 1 round window, there's not enough offense by Deontay Brown.
No, he's gone side to side, and he's waited to be the counterpuncher. That might work over the course of a few rounds to try and break an opponent down or find something out, but this is 1 round, and the report card comes quickly. There are 2 good shots there by Brown. Medina chased him most of the round.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner of round 4 by unanimous decision from Boston, Deontay Brown. The score, Boston 39, Phoenix 37. Round 5 at super welterweight. For Boston, it is Deontay Brown. For Phoenix, Deandre Pettis.
We're getting set with round 5, Brown and Pettis. Let's go to the 3rd member of our crew, Bubba Jenkins.
What's going on? I'm here with Camille Panazza. You got to tell us, you're from Italy. You got to tell us how you got into the boxing game.
Well, it's a long story, but let's do it short. I just started boxing when I was young. I was trying. My brother bring me to the gym, but I never keep this sport. Just when I was 22 years old, I was trying to go down, lose some weight. And I say, let me go to the gym. And in the same gym, they was doing a boxing class. So the coach told me, you have to try. And since that day, I never stopped.
Been a boxer ever since, huh?
Never.
Since your brother brought you in. Okay, so you've been in the game and you've seen it through your brother's eyes, through your eyes. You guys are away tonight. How do you guys get this victory fighting against Phoenix, a very exciting team?
We just stay together, we work together, we just support each other together. So I think tonight is our time.
Tonight is your time. All right, well, we're excited for you. Congratulations on a good round, and we'll see you later. Back to you guys with the action.
And Camila Pineda personifies the level of dedication a fighter needs to bring to his or her craft if they want to perform at the highest of levels. She moved to the U.S. to turn pro. She's 7-2-1 in regular boxing, but none of her fights have taken place in the U.S. She's living in South Florida. She's having to go live and train and compete in places like Mexico just to get people to fight her. And she fought in France not too long ago for a WBA regional title, but she has not had a traditional pro boxing match on U.S. soil to date.
And imagine if she had a home arena and somebody backing her. That does show you the dedication that you need. And also, the fighters in this league, when they talk to us, they're very engaging. You really end up rooting for them. The humility that they have, the work ethic that they have, looking up to their coaches and standing together as a team.
We'll talk more about Camila when she's back in action in round 9 against Tierra Brandt. 2 rounds for those 2 women here tonight. Right here, Jaye Brown and DeAndre Pettis. We talked about the pressure on fighters for Boston like Brown and Rashidi Ellis, who we're going to be seeing here in round 6 today. But so far, Boston, 2-point lead. Some of their fighters have taken care of business. They've won 3 straight rounds.
Yeah, really doing a nice job here. Now they've got somebody who could possibly try to extend it into 5-0 Brown, one of the fighters that they're depending on. And we just saw them prevail by out-hustling the Phoenix fighters. Bear in mind, Phoenix is a very strong team at the bottom of its lineup with Pugh and all the big fighters, light heavyweight on down. That has been a major team strength.
And they're waiting in the middle rounds, the likes of Rahman Muhammad, Enriquez Santana, Charles Pugh, the cruiserweight. Here it's DeAndre Pettis, Jaye Brown. We talked about Boston hustling as we see some of the action here from round 5. Deontay Brown came away with a 10-9 decision over Alan Medina. We talked about him fighting defensively, but he did score some of the more appealing shots in his round. So you wonder what the judges will value more. Will it be along those same lines, or will they reward effective activity?
You can win as a counterpuncher if you have a high connect percentage. And he got that in the last fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner of round 5 by unanimous decision, from Boston, Jaye Brown. The score, Boston 49, Phoenix 46. Our next round is being brought to you by Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and self-discovery. Round 6 will feature in the middleweight division, from Boston, Rashidi Ellis. For Phoenix, Jordana Barrera.
Ellis and Barrera set for 2 rounds tonight. They'll fight here. They'll fight in round 17. Rashidi Ellis, one of the stars of the year, and in this league going for his 20th career TCL win here tonight. Bubba, what do you like most about Rashidi Ellis?
Well, I really like his IQ. You know, he's got a very good high Q. You can always see him figuring things out. He's explosive, so it's almost like he's picking and choosing when he wants to explode, and that's what the IQ comes in, and then he sees it and he responds. I like his IQ and I like his reaction. Right now, he's going against a very game fighter, being a tall southpaw, so it's a matchup of stylistic matches, depending on what you want to see.
Tags Barrera with a right hand. Barrera's making his season debut after going 6-5 last year. He has power. 3 KOs for Barrera.
Yeah, he does, and that's why Ellis is showing some respect and not just wading in, because you know he'd like to throw that lead right hand, but he can also get in and then get out.
Bubba, I asked you before the launch rounds. Go ahead.
Go ahead. What I was just saying that I think Barrera's waiting a little bit too much. You know, he's allowing Rashidi Ellis to kind of control the ring and get the pace down. You know, it's not like we have a lot of rounds. The TCL, 3 minutes, and let's get it, right? So it's not like he can figure this guy out a little bit later. He's got to get an understanding of what Ellis is doing right now and get on the gas, because Phoenix isn't winning this fight right now, and Boston is looking to be upset central here in Phoenix.
4 straight rounds won by Boston. Rashidi Ellis in control of this one.
Bubba, Ellis has been so effective. What type of fighter would be able to neutralize him or perhaps beat him? What would that fighter have to do?
Wow, that's a good point. You know, it's hard here at TCL. He's done a good job of being able to move and swing. I mean, you're seeing a good job right here from Barr, staying in his face, not allowing him to get his rhythm and his explosiveness. So I would say a fighter who's going to be constantly in his face, not allowing him to get his cues off, and not allowing him to see what he wants to see. Someone who's going to bring a little chaos. Even though he's athletic, I think if it's chaotic and a little bit ugly, it's not going to give him the best opportunities to be explosive like he likes to be.
And Barrera is forcing Ellis to push up his speed level, and he's still doing it with a controlled style. And because of that, it feels like he's maybe breaking the aggressive spirit of Barrera here. He's slowing down just a bit.
Yeah, Barrera's looking for the one shot now and to get on top of Ellis. He's been close to dropping the big left-hand hammer a couple times, but Ellis is so elusive. And then he ties up like this, but to the point where he hasn't lost a point for excessive holding. So that's a veteran move all the way.
Guys, can we just talk about how there's a 6'3", 160-pounder in the ring right now?
Yeah, a little big for his weight class.
My goodness.
And he was punching down at Ellis, who tied him up. Now, the uppercut would have been a sweet shot for him here if he could have been able to find it. It just missed with the big left hand here, then took a shot from Ellis, who then tied up, and no problem for him.
Ladies and gentlemen, we go to the scorecards at the conclusion of the 6th round. The first judge has it 10-9 in favor of Boston's Rashidi Ellis. The second judge has it 10-9 in favor of Phoenix's Yordan Barrera. And the third and final judge has it 10-9 in favor of your winner by split decision from Phoenix, Yordan
Didn't see that.
Boston 58, Phoenix 56. Round 7 now in the light heavyweight division. For Boston, it'll feature Steven Sumter. For Phoenix, Raquel Brown.
But if you needed any indication that the judges don't have replay monitors like we do, it's right there with that scoring decision.
Yeah, that looked like Ellis all the way against a game opponent, Barrera, who gave him some difficulty, but Ellis able to move in and out, and I would not see that.
Ellis was 19-1 all time before that defeat. You know, his only ever loss up until this point was actually against Jaye Brown, his teammate. And here he takes a loss, a surprising one at that. So here's Steven Sumter and Raquel Brown. Sumter, Boston's light heavyweight, is in his second season. 5'11". You know, so many of these fighters, Dave, they live the life as a full-time boxer, but you got to earn a living as well. And Steven Sumter, he works with his hands in the ring and out of it.
Yeah, you know, many fighters don't have sponsors and don't have anybody that's going to pay for their gym dues and basically manage them. You need to be able to do everything. So you have to get your boxing and your road work in around your job.
Bubba, split decision. Yordan Barrera edges Rashidi Ellis. What are your thoughts there?
Yeah, you can see them a little bit confused about that. Little hometown cooking right there. And in the TCL, we've had a little bit of the judging, you know, going back and forth a little bit. We've seen it a couple times. So it's not to be unexpected. It's sometimes to be expected. But we got to understand that if you get to the ring and you don't allow it to get to the judges, there is no opinion about that. So if these guys would do more to get that infinite punch that they need, then they won't have this trouble. But we're here in Phoenix. You cannot be surprised when the Phoenix guys see it the Phoenix way, and the crowd doesn't help with every punch that Phoenix lands. They get into it. So Boston's got to do a little bit more if they want to get this upside. I thought Ellis did it, but obviously we're seeing that wasn't enough.
Yeah, Bubba, you bring up a good point because, gentlemen, when we see Boston in action and we see Rashidi Ellis in action along the season, we're impressed. The skills are there. It's evident. It's right in front of us. But too often, I feel like we always talk about Rashidi Ellis not finishing the job, not scoring the extra points. Maybe something like this type of outcome motivates him to pull down the throttle a little bit further.
Yeah, because we talked at the top that he's one of the people that they would like to get the extra point, the 10-9, the 10-8, 10-7 from him. He has to come up big. And he fought the way Rashidi Ellis always does, but against a bigger fighter on the road who maybe stopped some of the things from happening, but he's got to be angry after that.
It'll be interesting to see how he comes out and finishes his next round, because that was a round, as you said, that he should have got some bonus points on that he ended up taking the loss from. Surprisingly enough to everyone in attendance, but he did take a loss in that round, and he's got to come back because Boston is upset-minded. Phoenix is in the swing of things.
Yeah, Rashidi Ellis and Yordan Barrera will go back at it in round number 17. They'll kick off the money round portion.
I hear some look on the inside. A good left uppercut getting through, straight left hand getting through. And then, see, two guys who don't sit down in their punches, they run and lunge after each other, and you get an up and back battle.
Your winner of round 7 from Boston, Steven Sumter. Boston leads Phoenix 68-65. The final round of the launch round will be in the heavyweight division. For Boston, it'll be Michael Coffey. For Phoenix, Christopher Ewerts.
Boston heads into round 8, the final of the launch rounds, with a 3-point lead over Phoenix. And here we have Michael Coffey for Boston against Christopher Ewert. Coffey 4-4 here in the TCL. Made his season debut a couple of weeks ago, split 2 rounds with Conjan Nathan. And he goes back to last season. See Coffey, a very tall heavyweight, standing at 6'5", an 83-inch reach for Michael Coffey, but it's Ewert right now going right up to the big fella before eating that right hand.
I've got your reach for you right here. I don't care. I'm coming in.
Ewert's making his TCL debut here tonight. against Coffee, and then later Skylar Lacy. Well, is he going to make it to Lacy? I don't know, Dave. These body shots now absorbing all of Christopher Ewert.
Well, he came out with that adrenaline that you might see in a guy coming in for the first time, and he comes out wild, swinging some big shots, looking for the big one, and he gets hit. Good body shots, a good hook coming from Coffee.
Feels like Coffee's just buying some time here. But Ewert.
Well, how much did the big men expend in that first minute? Now, Coffee could do a double jab up top and then a punitive hook underneath. Get his opponent focused on the jab and then try to throw something else.
It looks like Ewert potentially realizes some of these punches don't have much of an effect on Coffee, and Coffee's taking some sequences off. Like you mentioned, did he punch himself out of certain sequences?
Yeah, he put out a lot in that first minute, and then Ewert is trying to out-hustle against him here, and he's having some success. One guy could get dropped because he gets rocked, and one guy could drop because he's tired.
These punches may not necessarily be hurting Coffee, but they're landing. They're finding homes.
They're wearing him down, and right now, if the fight ended, you might give him the slight nod.
Can the motor of Christopher Ewert prevail here over the big guy, Michael Coffee?
And he has to go into the danger zone in order to fight Coffee, which he has done. You have to go right up in front of the big man, risk getting hit to come inside.
Ewert's a 31-year-old southpaw, originally out of Santiago, Chile. In his TCL debut this evening against two big heavyweights.
So he abandons any idea of being a southpaw in this one, and he's getting inside and letting it rip.
These two firing away from every which angle. Coffee and Ewert. Made for an entertainment fight, that's for sure.
In this fight, defense was not an option. Okay, who do you like here? In the beginning, it's Boston with the big shot. Coffee almost dropped Ewert, but Ewert coming back with rapid fire combinations, taking some, but unloading some at the same time. The crowd did love that one. It's a good outing for Coffee, but a better one probably for Ewert.
Ladies and gentlemen, here are your score totals for round 8. The first judge scores the contest 10-9. In favor of Phoenix's Christopher Ewert. The second judge has it 10-9 in favor of Boston's Michael Coffee. And the third and final judge has it 10-9 for your winner by split decision from Phoenix, Christopher Ewert. At the end of the launch rounds, Boston leads Phoenix 77-75. The middle rounds are on the way.
Christopher Ewert puts a stop to the launch rounds and picks up Phoenix, picking up a big point, a split decision victory over big Michael Coffee. How about that in his TCL debut? These two teams going back and forth. Boston surprising at certain moments. What will the middle rounds provide? Find out when we come back. Just a 2-point lead for the Boston Butchers.
Who doesn't like a good old-fashioned car chase?
Get out of the car. How come you didn't stop? I don't want it.
As far as dumb drugs,
Give you guys a couple minutes to get dressed.
Well, what brought you guys all the way up here?
Sex. It's just plain stupid behavior. I'll see you or Cops Reloaded on Merit TV.
Oh, by the way, you're under arrest.
I was drinking every day.
I was hooked on oxys.
My husband turned into someone I didn't recognize.
The addiction crisis. Worse than a pandemic, we have a growing epidemic. There are approximately 20 alcohol and drug-related deaths per hour every single day. Addiction is a disease. Like any other disease, it may have serious harmful effects and may lead to death if left untreated.
Introducing Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and rediscovery. We understand the unique challenges men face in their journey to recovery. Set on 38 private acres, our state-of-the-art facility offers a safe, supportive environment for healing and growth. Our team of dedicated professionals specializes in evidence-based treatment, providing our patients with the tools to overcome addiction and achieve long-term sobriety. If you or a loved one needs to make a change, call us today at 386-423-4540 or visit us online at serenityspringsrecovery.com and reclaim your life.
TCL Team Boxing League is brought to you by Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and self-discovery. Phoenix has some work to do, down by 2, as Boston leads it as we move along into the middle rounds. But some surprises along the way over the first 8 rounds, that's for sure, as we welcome you back inside our Merit TV Sports Studios. Justin Shackle, Dave Bontempo. We talked about Boston having some pressure on certain fighters. Jaye Brown, Rashidi Ellis. Well, Rashidi Ellis takes a loss, something that you don't really see, and yet here's Boston in the lead no matter what.
They're the upstart team tonight. Some big performances by them. When do we see Phoenix trailing after the launch rounds lately? So this is a great performance up to this point for Boston. Now, as we go into the middle rounds, we'll keep in mind something we said earlier, that one of the big strengths of Phoenix's team has been the bottom of the lineup, which we will see come out in these rounds. So let's see how that shakes out. But so far, an excellent start for Boston.
Yeah, in these middle rounds, the names like Rockman, Santana, Pugh, those are names you need to know when it comes to the Phoenix Fury. We'll see them for the first time tonight coming up. But let's go back to the launch rounds. Take a look at some of the highlights presented by the Balance of Nature. We start with round number 1. You know, Leah Lewandowski, she had a regular boxing match earlier this month. That created a TCL layoff, and she was welcomed back by Paige Gilbert, who really turned it on late there.
Yeah, this was tight until the last 30 seconds, and we saw Paige Gilbert unload. And we have seen her in recent outings come close to getting that knockdown, but getting it 10-9.
Starting the night off nicely for Phoenix and ending the launch rounds nicely for Phoenix was Christopher Ewert. I don't know if I could have predicted that based on that one right hand from Michael Coffey, though.
It looked like a big Coffey was going to be getting Ewert to drop, but then we had probably the most fun fight of the night. They went at it on the inside all the time. The crowd was up on its feet for this. Hey, 2 guys giving everything in the heavyweight division. That was a nice win for Phoenix, and it was a good fight for everybody to watch.
Early front runner for round of the night. Let's take a look at the middle round fight card coming up. Rounds 9 through 16. It's a quick turnaround for Camila Pineda and Tiara Brandt. They were in action in round 3. Now they'll be in action in round number 9 as Boston carries a 77-75 point lead here over Phoenix. So Boston trying to snap that 3-match skid. And Pineda and Brandt, like we mentioned, the round to watch. Can she do it twice against the former Muay Thai champ?
Well, when you're on and it's your night, you can, but we'll see what adjustments that Brandt makes. She did last week. She lost the first one and came back and won big the second time to become the fighter of the night.
That's a good point. Like we mentioned, Muhammad, Santana, Pugh, they're all up next in this middle round portion. We'll see them again in the money rounds, but first, it is that rematch from earlier in the lunch rounds. It's Pineda and Brandt as we get started with round number 9.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to begin the middle rounds between the Phoenix Fury and Boston Butchers. In the featherweight division, for Boston to begin round number 9, it is Camila Pineda. For Phoenix, Tiara Brandt.
Fighters are ready to go. We are ready to go for round number 9. And the second round between these two women, Pineda in the blue trunks, Brandt in the silver, as Boston starts the middle rounds with a 2-point lead.
I think what we'll see over the course of time with Brandt is the jab to go with her right hand. She gets the right hand in right away here. That has been her money.
Let's get to know Tierra Brandt a little bit deeper. 5'5" featherweight who lives in Chandler, Arizona, nearby. She is a professional Muay Thai fighter, 4-time Muay Thai national champion, and she was the first female USA representative for the Muay Thai Paris 2024 Olympic Showcase.
And she's coming here with the sense of being a traveled veteran, even as she's just launching her TCL career, and she landed a good right hand just now.
Can she make the same adjustments along the ways that she made last week against Lizette Lopez? Pineda now coming forward, landing a left hand moments ago.
That was one of the keys for Pineda in the first fight, is that she was able to surge and come straight ahead. You get a good example of it there.
And still giving Brandt some problems with that left hand. Another one from Pineda. Well, one of the things we didn't talk about with Camila Pineda, obviously the lengths that she has to go, being from Italy originally, coming to live in the U.S. to train professionally, then going to fight pro traditional boxing matches in Mexico and France, basically anywhere else but the U.S.
And there are a lot of fighters who have to do that until they're backed by an influential promoter or a network, or somebody says, we've got a home arena for you. So if you don't have that, you do what she does.
And the personal journey that runs along the boxing journey, it hasn't been easy. When Camila moved to Florida to train, she also opened a restaurant that was hit really hard by COVID, and she's had to overcome multiple setbacks in those areas. But she wants to be a champion. She wants to show that she has what it takes.
And that shows a lot, just to open a restaurant. And that entrepreneurial spirit as you're trying to balance everything like that.
Final 15 seconds. This has been a better round for Tierra Brandt. But Pineda is still in control, mainly backed by that left hand.
Well, Brandt has been coming straight ahead. I think as we see her progress, we'll see more angles out of her. Not quite the intensity of the first fight. It's her second time through. But here was a good sequence from No Pasta Pineda. Good straight left hand coming straight ahead to Brandt, who then had to wait. So in this sequence, that was very good for Pineda, and then she blocks a few of Brandt's best shots.
Your winner of round 9 by unanimous decision, for Boston, Camila Pineda.
That's a big double for Boston.
Our next round is brought to you by Climax Moonshine, fire number 32, known to bring the heat. Round 10 in the lightweight division. For Boston, it is Abraham Nova. For Phoenix, Jose Pablo Rodriguez.
There you see Jose Rodriguez, the lightweight in his second TCL season. He began this year with Los Angeles, lost 2 rounds against Phoenix, and now he's part of this group. Hasn't been in action since April 26th. He's 1-3 on the year, lost those 3 straight rounds. And Abraham Nova in the blue trunks. You know, his signature bleach blonde beard is disappearing here, Dave. He's just going to blend in with the rest.
Not easy to pick him out like we did. He had something distinctive going for him there.
Looks great all the same. Former world title challenger.
Some good work underneath by Rodriguez. Gets the advantage and pushes Nova back.
Nova and Rodriguez are single round fighters tonight. This is their only 3-minute window to make their mark on the overall score for their respective teams.
And Rodriguez has had the edge in positioning. And Nova tries to pick him off on the angle, but Rodriguez keeps coming forward. Does Nova want him to get in tight so he can throw an uppercut? Catch him? In the meantime, Rodriguez is landing 5-6 punches.
It's a 3-punch combo from Nova. Trying to string the fists together against Jose Rodriguez. Fighter trying to snap a 3-round skid here.
That was a low blow, and there will be a warning for that. Sometimes, depending upon the severity, they'll let you take a little bit of time. This one looks like it's not too bad.
The big key here, Dave, the clock continues to run. I mean, there's about 10 to 12 seconds that come off the clock with no action there.
Yes, and especially in a short fight. Usually they do stop the clock. But this infraction was not considered major, so they let it go.
Final 15 seconds between Nova of Boston, Rodriguez of Phoenix. Abraham Nova turning up the tempo a bit.
Well, it was Rodriguez early and Nova late.
Both corners telling their fighters to go, get going. Well, evidently they did stop the clock, Dave. 10 more seconds to go. It's a round of 2 halves.
Yeah, Rodriguez early, Nova coming on strong. This is what caused the warning and actually the stoppage for a while. That hurts even from here. And they continued to go at it. A lot of times a low blow comes when you're not in position to throw your shot and you have a bad angle.
The winner of round 10 by unanimous decision from Boston, Abraham Nova.
The late surge gets to 10.
The score, Boston 97, Phoenix 93. Round 11, we remain in the lightweight division. For Boston, it features Deontay Brown. For Phoenix, Ellen Medina.
Brown and Medina at 135 pounds. Second time tonight. Brown victorious with a 10-9 decision in round 4, part of the launch round. Start of round number 11. Let's go over to Bubba Jenkins.
What's going on, guys? I'm here with the upset-minded Eric Emery, who fought Joseph Rivas in a wonderful first round, but he felt like he had won it, and you felt like you had won it. He said he's coming out to give the crowd what they want to see and get that victory. How do you feel with the type of pressure fighter and exciting fighter that Joseph Rivas is?
If he feel it was close, I feel like I made it close. You feel me? I ain't really had to fall into his game and try to brawl him and everything, but feel me? So he got experience in this. I don't got no experience in this. This is really my first time doing it. So one round is like, you know, it's just something you got to get used to. I'm usually used to warming up and everything, but I see the things that he ain't like that I was doing while I was in there, like being on my toes, keeping my distance. But when I came in, he felt like he did good.
So what adjustments can you make with such a guy that's in your face like that, and you being a new member of the TCL and seeing how fast-paced Team Combat League is? What adjustments do you think you got to make against a guy like him?
Be way more sharper, more slicker, and box more. Feel me? And with a fighter like him, just wait on him. He's gonna come. He's right there in front of me. So I just gotta move my head and box more. That's it.
Well, we're going to see it in the last round. I'm excited about it because you feel like you can get it done. He feels like he can get it done. We're here in Phoenix, and we're going to watch the action. Back at you guys.
Yeah, Eric Emery, a round 24 fighter tonight. Going up against Joseph Rivas. Picked up the win via split decision back in round number 2. Well, Dave, will it matter much?
Yeah, the way Boston's going right now, will they have closed the door? But we'll find out a lot when the Phoenix power hitters come up, and that will give us an answer.
Yeah, this has been best case scenario for Boston, even with Rashidi Ellis taking a loss. They're banking important rounds right now because of the names we keep talking about. Rahman Muhammad is coming up next. Reiko Santana is ahead in round 13. Charles Pugh awaits in round 15. That's not to say their opponents can't pull off upset wins either. But Boston is taking care of its business right here, right now.
And from top to bottom, for most of the way with Boston, we're seeing a lot of schooled execution. Like a team personality. Good boxing, pressure, movement.
Deontay Brown looking for a second win here tonight. Brown focusing on that body here in round number 11.
The other possibility when you're looking at Boston and Phoenix, you know, if a team fights 2 weekends in a row, maybe the second time you might catch them flat. This is a look at the head movement, both of them trying to get down low. And of all those shots that were thrown, go find the one that landed. It didn't. That's part of the positioning on the inside they were both doing.
Hey, good work, John.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner of round 11 by unanimous decision from Boston, Deontay Brown. The score, Boston 107, Phoenix 102. Our next round is brought to you by Balance of Nature, proud health supplement partner of TCL. Round 12 in the welterweight division. For Boston, it is Toka Khan. For Phoenix, Rahman Muhammad.
So here we are in round number 12. Phoenix finds itself down by 5 as we get the first look of the 3 impressive rookies that have emerged on this Phoenix Fury squad. The first one being the welterweight Rahman Muhammad, who's just 24 years of age, taking on Toka Khan, who's been a fringe title contender in his traditional boxing career, a career 29-4 record, but most of that came in the featherweight and super featherweight division. Here we are at welterweight for Toka Khan.
So not good as far as a speed standpoint. They'll try to have brought some power up with them. But Muhammad is going to try and stay outside, looking to get that right hand in. He was close for that second time. So the first thing Muhammad did was closed up the distance without even having to jab his way in. Now it's a cat and mouse situation. Can he find the right hand with Toka Khan cornered?
Muhammad, a 6-foot welterweight, has the height for this weight class, that is for sure. You don't see too many 147-pounders standing at 6 feet.
I'll give you like a view going back of a Thomas Hearns.
Now connects with the left hand. When the fighters react like that, it's usually because a punch didn't land.
Yes. No means yes.
Let's get to know Toka Khan, who's been in the ring with a number of names, including Shakur Stevenson. He's raising 2 little kids. He's continuing to fight. He's based out of New England. Made his TCL debut 2 weeks ago, fought and won against Philly's Kadir Albright.
Muhammad had that right hand geared up and just missed landing it flush. It went to the top of the forehead and landed in grazing fashion.
Right hand from Khan. You can see the experience and calmness from Khan. It was pretty evident against the youngster, but maybe the aggression from Muhammad was way superior.
We've seen that go both ways tonight. We've seen fighters win as counterpunchers, and we've seen fighters win just because they were a little more aggressive. And Khan was just really not doing enough.
And the judges here in Arizona, they've rewarded aggression.
Your winner of round 12 by unanimous decision from Phoenix, Rahman Muhammad. Your score, Boston 116, Phoenix 112. Round 13 in the super middleweight division. It'll feature Ronald Ellis for Boston. For Phoenix, Raiko Santana.
So Rahman Muhammad improves to 6-1-1. We'll see him and Toka Khan again in round number 20. And here comes Raiko Santana and Ronald Ellis. You just saw Santana on your screen. He's in the silver trunks. Ronald Ellis in the blue trunks for the Boston Butchers, who now have a 4-point lead.
And even though Ellis is up against one of the best performers for Phoenix, he's done very well for Boston too. And he had 20 points in their last outing.
Put your way up, guys. Work out.
Santana, 7-0. The 31-year-old Cuban lives and trains in El Paso. Originally from Cuba. Ellis, meanwhile, originally from Cambridge, Massachusetts, now lives in Las Vegas. He's been in the ring with the likes of David Benavidez and Christian Mbili. Made his TCL debut a couple of weeks ago, at least his 2025 debut, with a pair of wins over Ray Robinson of Philadelphia. He's now 5-6 overall in his career here in the TCL.
This one is heating up as Santana landed a couple of good right hands, and Ellis scored with one, but Santana is teeing off.
There's a double dose of right hands from Raiko Santana. We talked about Santana along with Rahman Muhammad and then Charles Pugh. Those 3 TCL rookies have combined for a 23-2 record on the season for Phoenix.
And they may play a major role tonight trying to pull this team back. Down by 5. If Santana pulls this off, they're down by 3 with Pugh still on deck. And that's just if this is a 10-9.
The right hand from Santana continues to be a punisher. Upstairs, also to the body. 1 minute to go. What will Santana be able to provide here for his team in the middle rounds?
Well, he's thinking he's trying for the big shots. That's what he's trying to provide his team. He's trying to give them 10-8 or 10-7. And he's going for it, even though he's already figured to probably put the 10-9 in his pocket. He wants more.
Trying to divvy it up, now throwing some left hands. 30 seconds to go. Ellis skilled enough, experienced enough to fight out the clock, that is for sure. But Santana, you see the determination in the eyes. He wants to strike. He wants the extra points. He knows his team is down. And he continues to want to rise up and provide for the Fury. Impressive performance for Santana, but it'll likely result in just a win for him in a 10-9 fashion.
Still gets Phoenix back within 3. Prevents Boston from getting too far out ahead.
But there's different levels of quality, obviously. Is there a reaction factor?
Santana will be back in action against Ellis in round 18.
And if you're Phoenix, you like that matchup.
Your winner of round 13 by unanimous decision from Phoenix, Santana. Your score, Boston 125, Phoenix 122. Our next round is brought to you by Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and self-discovery. We now endeavor into the light heavyweight division for round 14. For Boston, it is Stephen Sumter. For Phoenix, Raquel Brown.
Sumter and Brown, second round that we've seen from these two fighters tonight. Sumter edged out Brown in a 10-9 decision back in round number 7. So Muhammad and Santana, they have done their jobs thus far. Closing the gap. It's now a 3-point lead for Boston. And I don't think if you give Phoenix some truth serum here and to their head coach, Sonny Gutierrez, that he would have thought that they'd be trailing at the time Muhammad and Santana were doing.
This is like, let's pad the lead, let's start to pull away. But it's not so much that anyone on Phoenix really has underperformed. It's that Boston has given a motivated and inspired effort tonight. I mean, they've done this with Rashidi Ellis losing.
It's fighters like Stephen Sumter, who you see in the blue trunks. He entered tonight just 1-5 on the year, picked up his second win.
That's always kind of the hidden beauty of it. When you look at a team, they win a fight that's unexpected. Somebody that was not counted on rises up and has a huge performance.
This is Raquel Brown's TCL debut this evening. These 2 rounds against Stephen Sumter.
Sumter trying to take advantage of that with being the one that gets off first. And coming back at him, the punches have not been sharp so far from Brown. And they've been a little bit wide and pawing.
Sumter trying to track him down.
And the optics look good for Sumter in this one. Not only has he been scoring, but trying to cut off the ring and just looking like the busier fighter.
This is Brown's busiest output of the round.
Responding to people saying, come on, finish strong. What the teammates and the coaches are saying. Looked like it was too little too late.
Sumter looks like he could be on his way to his second round win of the night. A good way to respond for Boston as they try and navigate around Muhammad, Santana, and Pugh.
Ladies and gentlemen, for round 14, here are your score totals. The first judge has it 10-9 in favor of Boston Stephen Sumter. The second judge has it 10-9 in favor of Raquel Brown. And the third and final judge has it 10-9 for your winner by split decision from Phoenix, Raquel Brown. Your score, Boston 134, Phoenix 132. Round 15 now will be contested in the cruiserweight division. For the Boston Butchers, it'll be Miguel Teao. For Phoenix, Charles Pugh.
Here comes Charles Pugh and Miguel Teao. First of two rounds we'll see in the latter half of this head-to-head matchup. We already saw Rahman Muhammad in action here in the middle rounds. He's standing by with Bubba Jenkins.
That's right, you said it. We saw Rahman. We got the name right. We saw him earlier in action. He got the win. But I'm telling him, man, it's getting closer and closer as the Boston is really upset and minded. And we talked about how do you guys think you guys come out with the victory with being home, but Boston being very, very great.
I mean, we knew coming in there was a tough team. I mean, Boston is always going to be Boston. So we knew it was going to be tough, but I mean, we just got to keep doing what we're doing. We already coming back, so you know, as long as we keep doing what we, you know, being ourselves, I think we're going to get it done.
Okay, and you got another round coming up, all right? So you felt the way the round went, and you felt like you were ahead. Do you feel like you can possibly get the bonus points if you guys need them, or are you just going to come away with the win and try to give Phoenix what they need?
Well, I can only speak for me. I know I'm going to go in there and do what I got to do to get the bonus points because I'm fighting in the money rounds. Round 20, catch it. But my other teammates, they got to do what they got to do, too. So, I mean, we'll see.
It's the Team Combat League, but you got to take care of your job first. You heard it right here from Rahman Mohammed. We'll see you later, big dog. Congratulations, man. Good job.
Now 6-1-1 after his win in round 12 over Toka Khan. They'll meet up again in round 20. Here it is, Charles Pugh and Miguel Teao. Two cruiserweights in round 15. Let's go back to round 14, Dave. Raquel Brown got a surprise split decision, and now Phoenix has won 3 straight.
Yeah, and only down by 2. That's the difference between 2 and 4, which could loom large as we go along.
We were talking about it. It just didn't look like that Brown was throwing enough punches in that round. But he picks up a split decision win.
We've seen a couple surprises that way tonight.
Pugh 9-1 in his first TCL season. He's won 6 in a row. Only blemish was a loss to Adrian Taylor over a month ago.
And we saw Pugh come alive and become the fighter he is when they fought San Antonio, and that was even going to the last round. It was even going to the last minute. And he dug down, he sucked it up, he got the victory for his team. And he has been on another level ever since.
Right hand landing right on the face of Miguel Teao. Pugh part of Team USA's Olympic team trials ahead of last year's Paris Games, but he also says he is the #1 street fighter in the U.S. as well.
And they don't have a league for that, but he feels he's in first place.
Listen, at 9-1 here, I'm going to take him at his word.
Especially if it...
Whoa! Pugh maybe getting grazed by a right hand, potentially losing his footing against Teao there in the closing moments. Take another look and see if that punch...
He got nailed
land.
with
He
one
sure did.
good right hand. Second one stunned him a little bit too. Now that was the best of Teao in this match. So he tried to leave a closing argument in a match that Pugh was doing well in.
A punch that had eyes, because Teao did not on that throw.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner of round 15 by unanimous decision from the Phoenix Fury, Charles Pugh. Your score, Boston 143, Phoenix 142. Round 16 of the middle rounds will be in the heavyweight division. For the Boston Butchers, it'll be Skylar Lacy. For the Phoenix Fury, Adam Stewart.
Well, now just a 2-point lead. Rather, a 1-point lead for Boston. Phoenix has won 4 straight rounds to cut the deficit to 1. But here's Skylar Lacy, who has looked impressive here for Boston against Adam Stewart. His first TCL season, he's 0-5, still looking to crack the win column. And he is a dangerous puncher.
Well, Phoenix's big three did their job, brought them right back into the contest, and we reset.
Lacy is trying to continue a hot trend as he swept Philly's Joey DeWaco 2 weeks ago. No easy task. He was able to outclass DeWaco. He's now 14-7 in his TCL career.
Who wants to take the first chance here? Who wants to put the big right hand behind a jab and get close enough to get counted?
The 2 tall heavyweights. Lacy has consistently done a good job lowering his body to get that jab up and in on his opponent. We haven't just seen it here against Adam Stewart.
And you see where he has that jab down.
It's a 6'7" Skylar Lacy against a 6'6" Adam Stewart.
One of the few times that Lacy will not tower over his opponent. That's why we see both fighters trying to set things up rather than just walk through one another.
Less than a minute to go. Lacy landing a right hand. Is he able to provide Boston with a bigger cushion heading into the money rounds? The Butchers are trying to snap a 3-match losing streak. We will see Skylar Lacy again tonight. That'll happen in round 19. It'll be against the Chilean, Christopher Ewert. Adam Stewart is done after this.
Well, you put everything into the last 20 seconds, but he got nailed.
Ten seconds to go. Both trading as this round Moments away from coming to a close. Will one fighter have one big shot left in them?
Stewart tried, but whistled it over the top. Lacy swarmed him more. Let's see how the judges view it. There's Stewart. Having a chance. Could not quite take that one final step. Did not trust his distance, apparently.
Your winner of round 16 by unanimous decision from Boston, Skylar Lacy. That is the end of the middle rounds, with the Boston Butchers leading the Phoenix Fury 153 to 151. The money rounds are
Skylar Lacy able to answer back and break a string of 4 straight rounds won by the Phoenix Fury. But that stretch has put Phoenix back into this matchup. Just a 2-point lead for Boston as we head to the money rounds next.
Hey, it's Dr. Phil, and I'm coming to you with the real story. I'm not just reporting the news here, I'm sharing my interpretation of it. And I want to talk to you about why Doge matters. We are in an educational crisis. It is time for action. They need to be held to a standard. Are they doing their job? Who is not against fraud, waste, and abuse? That's the real story.
Check out Dr. Phil's The Real Story on the news on Merit TV and subscribe on your favorite podcast service.
When Balance of Nature came out, it intrigued me not just by what it is, but by what it is not. Patients began asking me about it. Hey, doc, have you tried this? You know, I'm just curious about it. And I thought, you know, understanding what it is, I should try that. So I tried it, and it's been a great experience. I trust Balance of Nature because I trust the simplicity of what it is.
Get 35% off your first set by using discount code FIGHT.
It's really been a gift having Mom live with us, but as a nurse, my training told me she needed more help than I could provide. So I connected with a place for Mom. My senior living advisor understood our unique situation. She quickly recommended communities and set up tours. A place for Mom helped us get to a decision. And now, Mom is so well cared for.
Talk to an expert senior living advisor today at no cost to your family.
Big time action as we head into the money rounds. Just a 2-point lead for Boston. And fans, if you want to visit a TCL Team Boxing League event near you, be sure to scan the QR code on your screen for tickets for our upcoming schedule. Next week, Team Boxing League enters the Alamo City of San Antonio for an action-packed doubleheader. And then it is off to Miami at Gulfstream Park for a Saturday primetime showdown. Don't miss the big action in person. TCL Team Boxing League, and the action picking up here in the middle to the money rounds. The transition, it's wild. 153-151, Boston leading Phoenix as you see the sun setting on a Sunday night in the Valley of the Sun. Will the sun set on the Phoenix Fury and their hot streak going on here across the 2025 season? Justin Shackle, Dave Bontempo with you. Phoenix working from behind. Yes, they made some headway in the middle rounds. Boston showing that its supporting cast is up for the challenge so far.
Boston has showed up. So basically, each team will take where they are right now. Boston, you're having a great outing. You're up by a couple points. Phoenix, this one was on the verge of getting away, but your big fighters came through in the big way. Something we talked about at the top, how good they are at the bottom of their lineup, and they came through to help Phoenix stay alive going into the money rounds.
Yeah, two of those fighters, part of our middle round highlights. When we bring them to you now, it's presented by the Balance of Nature. We take a look at round number 12. Rahman Muhammad getting his night started, and against an experienced fighter in Toka Khan. Well, Muhammad showed that controlled aggression.
Yeah, just missed landing a big right hand for a possible 10-8, but he got Phoenix back. They were trailing by 5 at this point. It would have been a disaster for them to lose that, and then they shuffled right into more of their power people.
Yeah, Rico Santana, that left hand was lethal this entire round. It felt like he was hunting for some extra points. Didn't get it against Ronald Ellis. You wonder how he comes back in round 18. Here, though, he gets the big win and continues to impress in his rookie campaign.
And that brought it down to 3. And then Pugh won also. So Phoenix was on the verge of having difficulty, and now Phoenix is in it. And it's anybody's toss-up now as we go to the money rounds.
And that is the look at the money round fight card for you. Round 17 through 24. It's going to get interesting. The 2 heavyweights we just saw close out the middle rounds. They will both be in action against different opponents. When we saw Skylar Lacy outpoint Adam Stewart moments ago in the launch rounds, we saw that terrific matchup between Ewert and Coffey. Each fighter is going to take on the other opponent. So it's going to be very interesting in the heavyweight matchups. But the big round to watch here is the first one. It's going to be round 17. Rashidi Ellis takes a rare loss in his first fight of the night. He has a chance for revenge.
Now, to help his team also, and you don't want to take a double loss when everybody's been fighting so well around you. It was a good fight the first time, so there's a lot to watch.
It's really surprising that we're going into the money rounds with Boston ahead and Rashidi Ellis looking for his first win of the night. But here we go. Round 17 about to kick off with Boston ahead by 2. Let's go back inside to Ray Flores.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to begin the money rounds between the Phoenix Fury and the Boston Butchers. Round 17 commences in the middleweight division. For the Boston Butchers, it'll be Rashidi Ellis. He's being opposed by the Phoenix Fury, Jordan Barrera.
There is a look at Rashidi Ellis. Again, lost for just the second time in his TCL career. He's now 19-2 all time in Team Boxing League action.
They wiped that smiles off of his face. He was so happy coming in and boxing well, and he thought he had this, and then he was surprised. So now he has to break down a taller opponent, which he did have some difficulty, thought he out-hustled them. So he probably has to put his foot on the pedal the entire time.
Which version of Rashidi Ellis will we see here in round number 17? Boston ahead 153-151 in the overall score. Barrera with the surprise split decision win in round number 6. Will he be able to pull it off again?
Well, Barrera, knowing he's beaten Ellis, should come out more aggressively. And for Ellis, the idea would be to try and score some points, move in and out, and then move side to side, and don't be backed up, and don't try to fight off the ropes.
This was the good speed that we saw from Ellis in the 6th round. It's going to be ruled a slip.
Yeah, he's got tremendous hand and foot speed. He needs to make it constant. Like, there was a good combination right there.
There's another one, highlighted by a left uppercut. And he backs up. The left hand pushing Ellis back a little bit to the corner.
Exactly what we were talking about that he cannot do. Back up straight up and fight off the ropes. He needs to be moving laterally, fight this side to side. He went right into Muhammad's hand there. Or Barrera's hand.
You are not going to escape that long reach of Jordan Barrera if you're backing straight. And there's another left hand that tags Ellis.
You want to win this type of a matchup, you need track shoes. Ellis has the ability to stick and move. So now you have to try and win individual sequences. Punch and get out. Try to reset. They use the phrase touch him. At least just touch him. Score some points. Ellis really did touch him, almost touched them all. Good effort for him and a good bounce back.
Will it result in a win? Hey, we got to wait and see now for the judges.
Can't speak too soon, but boy, if he can't win that one, that's a slip and little extracurricular he was fortunate not to get caught with. And there's a good body shot by Ellis. Watch the foot movement. This is what he had to do, the combination and then get out. He did this a few times. This is when he got in trouble, backing straight up. But did he do enough on enemy territory? It's a big question.
Ladies and gentlemen, here are the score totals for round 17. The first judge has it 10-9 in favor of Phoenix's Jordan Barrera. The second judge has it 10-9 in favor of Boston's Rashidi Ellis. And the third and final judge has it 10-9 for your winner by split decision from Phoenix, Jordan Barrera. The score, Boston 162, Phoenix 161. Our next round is being brought to you by Climax Moonshine, fire number 32, known to bring the heat. In the super middleweight division for Boston, it is Ronald Ellis. For Phoenix, Raiko Santana.
Jordan Barrera picks up a second straight win over Rashidi Ellis, and it cuts the Boston lead down to 1. Here we head to round number 18. Let's go to Bubba Jenkins, who's standing by with the head coach of the Boston Butchers, Mark Garcia.
So, Coach, you guys just can't come away with that judgment right there, and some of these have been kind of back and forth. How do you feel the judging's going, and how do you guys feel you're going to get the win in this intermediate territory?
I mean, it's going to be hard. We're going to make it really clean because those judges they're counting all slaps and they're counting punches against the elbows. And we're clearly beating them. That was a ridiculous score for Sheedy. I mean, I don't know what else to say there. I'm going to let it go off of that, but I mean, we should be up by a lot more.
Do you feel like it's, a little bit of the audience or a little bit of the home cooking involved, or you feel like these guys are just, the judges are just seeing what they want to see?
I think the crowd probably has a factor, and I think they're counting a lot of elbow hits. There's no clean punches landed. It's not ideal because we're a great boxing team. We're not sluggers like them, so it works against us. So it's too bad.
All right, you heard it from the coach.
What would you like Mark Vergara to, really say there? He's correct. I mean, this is a boxing team. Boston boxes well. If you're going to try and point out their strengths, is that they box. They don't put opponents down. They don't get stoppages. They do it for style.
And Rashidi Ellis is one of the best boxers in the entire league. So the second one, totally agree with the coach. That was a fight that Boston should have been given.
You could make the argument that Rashidi Ellis showed more in both rounds that he lost here tonight. And despite that, at the moment, Boston does have the 1-point lead. Can they close it out? It's going to be tough.
There has to be some paranoia in that Boston corral. Like, are we going to get a decision? do we have to go for power, which is not our way?
You just look up and down the bout sheet here, Dave. Right now, obviously, you have a standout Enriquez Santana in his second match against Ronald Ellis. It just feels like the two heavyweight bouts that are scheduled here for the money rounds will have a big influence in the final outcome.
And that's why, from the Phoenix perspective, they're a strong team at the back of the lineup with their cruiserweights and their heavyweights. It's an anchor for their team. So they would love where they are positioned at this particular moment.
Even if the standouts for Phoenix do their jobs here in the money rounds, Boston has the talent to keep this close and win it. This should be a fascinating final 6 rounds to go.
I mean, from a team-wide perspective, this might be Boston's best effort of the entire year. This, of course, is an outlier because this is a strong Phoenix fighter and, you know, doing very well there and should pick up the win. The undefeated Santana.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner of round 18 by unanimous decision from the Phoenix Fury, Enriquez Santana.
We are all tied up at 171. Enriquez Santana picking up his second win.
The heavyweight division. For Boston, it is Skylar Lacy. For Phoenix, Christopher Ewert.
All right, a chance for Boston to answer back with one of the more consistent heavyweights in the league, the 15-7 Skylar Lacy. That's his career mark. Taking on the inexperienced Chilean Christopher Ewert, who showed a whole lot of gumption in his first round against Michael Coffey.
That was the entertainment round of the night, finishing out the launch rounds. And Ewert, based on the last one, you would figure he'd come right to Lacy, although this is a bigger opponent, so he might think twice.
Lacy now 3-1 on this season. There you see the height disparity that Christopher Ewert is facing here.
So Lacy just slapped away the jab and then tried to get close. Line up one big shot. Ewert doing some of what he did against Coffey. Coming in straight ahead. So for Lacy, knowing this is coming, he has several options. He can move laterally, the double jab, and then distract him and then fire an uppercut, or a hook to an opponent coming straight in.
Nearly hit the chin of Skylar Lacy with that right hand. And then his head snapped back by the Lacy jab.
But if you are Lacy, even though you're waiting for Ewert to come to you, you can't wait too long. He's trying to set something big up. But Lacy might have to work to get that set up because these pit-pat shots are getting in against him, and they score.
Every one of those pit-pat shots count, that's for sure. If we've learned something tonight from the Arizona Athletic Grounds, it is that.
And so if you're going against that,
you can't ignore it.
Can't ignore it. You can't be sitting there waiting for one shot. You might have to pit-pat back and then hope that somewhere along the line you set up your big shot.
Stewart's style makes it tough, even for these taller heavyweights. Less than 40 seconds to go. That right hand from Skylar Lacy just waiting to be unleashed.
But yeah, he's being swarmed, he's being mugged, and he'll need something or this will get stolen from him by a fighter that out-hustles him.
Will the might of Christopher Ewart prevail here in the money rounds? A fighter making his TCL debut tonight. Oh, that right hand narrowly missing against Ewart.
It's like you're trying to slap a mosquito or something and you can't get there. This is what Ewart was doing well, and then Lacy missed, gets one left hand in there, and this is most of what he did. The other stuff was small on the inside from his opponent. Lacy did not plant and jab. He was jabbing, backing up, but did he do enough?
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner of round 19 by unanimous decision from Boston, Skylar Lacy. The score, Boston 181, Phoenix 180. Our next round is brought to you by Balance of Nature, proud health supplement partner of TCL. Round 20 is at the welterweight division. For Boston, it'll be Toka Khan. For Phoenix, Rahman Muhammad.
These rounds intensifying as we move along here in the money rounds. A 1-point lead as Boston is back ahead. Toka Khan, Rahman Muhammad, second round between these two welterweights here tonight. And Bubba Jenkins is ringside with the head coach of the Phoenix Fury, Sonny Gutierrez.
Yeah, I'm ringside with the coach, and he just got a judgment that didn't go quite his way, that he felt his won. How do you feel you guys are doing, and how do you feel the judging is going for tonight?
You know, it's going pretty good, and I think we just got to get off a little bit more. The judges are doing good, and it just, my guys ain't letting go as much as they normally do.
Yeah, I heard you saying to the guys, you know, this is the money round. We got to get more out of you guys. I need more more pace, more punches. Do you feel your team's giving you that? Do you feel they responded in that way?
No, that they are. They're giving you what they got, man. But I think they can pull out a little bit more. So hopefully it comes out a little bit more now.
So the Boston thinks that maybe because you guys are home, you guys are getting some of these judgments. How do you feel about that?
Oh man, I guess that's in every state, man. You know, but they're doing the best they can. So hopefully it works out our way.
All right, Coach, well, good luck with the rest of the fight. A little home field advantage right there is what they feel like they get. It happens everywhere, but as you see here, the action happens in the ring.
Yeah, there has not been one knockdown all night.
Featuring teams, I mean, Phoenix that has shown us that in the past. It's just settled into a different type of an event.
It's Boston 181, Phoenix 180 as we've reached round 20 in our Sunday doubleheader from Phoenix, Arizona. Rahman Muhammad. That is a knockdown. It is ruled a knockdown. Khan hit the floor. He's contending that he lost his footing, but it is ruled a knockdown, the first of the night.
We're waiting for the big event to open the floodgates, and that's it for Phoenix. Still a lot of time here.
Rahman coming inside, connecting with the right hand.
Well, he was dominant in their first fight, and he was able to take it a step further in this one with 30 seconds to go.
At the moment, Phoenix is in line to take the lead of the overall score. Can Toka Khan answer back? Muhammad feeling more in rhythm, pumping the left hand to the body of Toka Khan. And the Rhode Island native offer a response in the closing moments here of round 20. Rockman Muhammad coming up huge here for Phoenix and giving the Fury the lead here at the end of round 20.
The big three for Phoenix won 5 times, and they have the extra point. The big production. Jab, left hand, well, down to the canvas he went. Take a look. Combination of a hook and a little bit of a nudge, but the punch was landing at the same time. The knockdown is called.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner by unanimous decision, a 10-8 round goes to the Phoenix Fury, Rockman Muhammad. Phoenix has taken the lead, 190 to Boston's 189. Round 21 will be contested in the heavyweight division. For the Boston Butchers, it'll be Michael Coffey. Phoenix Fury will feature Adam Stewart.
Well, this has entertainment written all over it. Let's see if they can fulfill that prophecy. Coffey was in one of the best rounds of the night.
Final 4 rounds to go. Michael Coffey lost a split decision to Christopher Ewert. Could have gone either way. And here he is against Adam Stewart. His second round, he's trying to get his first TCL win, lost to Skylar Lacy to close out the middle rounds. Phoenix has the lead for the first time since after round 1. Trying to make it 4 wins in their last 5 matches.
It's been so rare to even think of Boston fighting from behind. It was how big of a lead could they hold? Boston was up by 5 in the middle rounds. Is in the gas tank for these big guys.
Michael Coffey, 4 and 5 in TCL action. And Stewart angles out. Coffey slips the jab, scores it again. Again, the pitter-patter shots, you gotta count them. Seems like the judges are.
Yeah, and we're not seeing that big action in the middle of the ring. We're seeing the pity-pat until somebody sets up a big one.
The Butchers need an answer. Can Michael Coffey supply one over the final minute 10?
Stewart landing some good shots here. Seeing Stewart fight with a lot of confidence here as he avoids the big shot from Coffey.
Coffey eats a right hand from Stewart. Coffey, the more decorated amateur career. He rose up, became a ranked heavyweight contender before falling off. Stewart, though, has the shinier overall record in traditional boxing. He's 16-1 with 9 knockouts. So tries to get over the hump. And the 36-year-old out of Phoenix looking to make his mark, searching for that first TCL win, providing a potentially massive cushion for his team with Charles Pugh in the on-deck circle. And the right hand at the buzzer, it lands, and it knocks Coffey down. And scores a knockdown.
Well, that's massive as Phoenix starts to pull away. Coffey had been gassed at the end of the first fight, and this happens with just seconds remaining. Literally the final ticks. And here's how it happens. The left hook gets him. Coffey was coming in. Walked into the right hand there.
Just a perfect location for that right hand. And it came in before the bell.
Stewart had been trying to set that up the entire night. And he had Coffey walk right into it. That's the only way he would have gotten that late.
Ladies and gentlemen, round 21 goes to 10-8 round 4, the Phoenix Fury, Adam Stewart. Phoenix has stormed out to a 200-197 lead over the Boston Butchers. Our next round is brought to you by Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and self-discovery. Round 22 in the cruiserweight division. For the Boston Butchers, it'll be Miguel Teao. For the Phoenix Fury, Charles Pugh.
And now Charles Pugh with a chance to distance Phoenix even further. Phoenix trailed by 1 3 rounds ago. Now they have a 3-point lead, Dave.
Yeah, they've really taken advantage of this spot in here, and the big fighters for them kept them in it when they were down 5. So they stayed in contention to set it up for the big finish here. But did we think it would be Adam Stewart dropping the bomb?
At the buzzer. What a way to pick up your first TCL win. It's a massive lift for your team.
Especially a team that's been trailing the entire night for the most part. Just got out in front. And you in the fight after your team goes out in front are able to do that.
Both fighters exchanging effective right-handed shots. With his win, Pugh improved to 10-1 on the season. And Charles Pugh losing a little bit of control there against Miguel Teao.
Yeah.
See Phoenix after that knockdown from Adam Stewart, back-to-back 10-8 rounds.
Well, they can taste it now. They have pulled away, and Pugh right in line with that exuberance. A little too exuberant in his case. We'll have to be real careful of the heads coming together here as they're both seeking inside position. Well, you can't wait to hit somebody if you leap at him like that.
Over a minute to go in round 22. Still a 3-point edge. There's a lot of work to be done for Phoenix to try and wrap this victory up. A lot of time left for Boston to rally back. They have Jahe Brown waiting in the wings. Brown picked up a win over DeAndre Pettis. They'll be in action in round 23. Eric Emery beat Joseph Rivas all the way back in round 2. They'll close it out in round 24. Now it's about Miguel Teao giving his team a chance to be able to come back and win those 2 rounds.
As the Boston coach said, and as we've observed, Boston is not a team that excels in the power department. So 4 points with 2 fights to go will probably seem like Mount Olympus to climb.
chippy round between Teao and Pugh. Pugh likely edged it out, and it would mark a third straight round win for Phoenix. It would also mark the 5th out of the 6 rounds here in the money rounds thus far.
Yeah, the team has really been putting it together. And the Stewart 10-8 in the middle of it was a punctuating factor.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner of round 22 from the Phoenix Fury, Charles Pugh. Your score, Phoenix 210, Boston 206. Round 23, this in the super welterweight division for the Boston Butchers, Jahay Brown. For the Phoenix Fury, DeAndre Pettis.
Well, the time is now for Jahay Brown to pick up some extra points for his team. He has 1 stoppage win this season. Came back on April 18th against Richard Howell. Again, he won earlier tonight in round 5 against DeAndre Pettis. Will he be able to do it again? He needs to for Boston to have a chance here. They're down by 4.
If he can get the win, at least it's a mathematical possibility for a 10-7 in the final bout. But you can see what momentum does in both corrals, in the crowd, how this has been a tsunami rally for Phoenix.
A pair of back-to-back 10-8 rounds highlighting Phoenix's money round rally. They've won 5 of the 6 rounds so far here in the money rounds to take a 4-point lead here into round number 23. We waited up until round 20 to get our first knockdown of the night, and then Phoenix provided a pair.
One from a source you might expect, one from a source you might not.
Can Pettis make it an easier route to victory for Phoenix? He's got to start letting his hands go. He also knows, though, from that team perspective, even if you lose by a 10-9 decision, you've clinched a victory here.
Yeah. Keep going with that. We've seen good teams dominate in money rounds, even breaking open tight fights. We've seen Nashville sweep the money rounds in an earlier one. You pour it on.
Now, to clarify, if Pettis would lose a 10-9 decision here, that means it would only be a 3-point lead for Phoenix. It would allow the possibility for a tie at the end of 24 rounds. Of course, for that to happen, Eric Emery would have to stop his opponent, Joseph Rivas. That matchup coming up next. Well, when you know your opponent needs to knock you out, you're on the defensive the entire time.
Yeah, you're making sure nothing bad happens. You also can get into what brought you there if you feel confident nothing can hit you. But I would say this was a safe approach.
In many ways, DeAndre Pettis did his job, and that leaves a Phoenix corral very happy.
They had to come back in a hurry, down 5 halfway through this.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner of round 23 by unanimous decision, Shahaya Brown.
Though it's still mathematical.
Round 24, your score at the moment, Phoenix 219, Boston 216. The 24th round in the featherweight division will feature for Boston, Eric Emery. For Phoenix, Joseph Rivas.
As Joseph Rivas entered the ring, you could hear his teammates tell him, be smart. 3 points separate Boston and Phoenix as we start our final round of the night. Eric Emery needs a stoppage win over Joseph Rivas for Boston to tie it and force overtime.
Now, there's a couple ways you could be smart. One of them is just to jab and move. The other way is to use the ring like a track and go corner to corner if you want to make it obvious. But you're always safe with throwing out a double jab and moving. And you're not against an opponent who is known for the knockout, although he will be coming for one.
Eric Emery, in his regular boxing career, is 4-0 with 4 knockouts. Though we are not regular boxing, anything can happen inside a 3-minute window for 2 fighters competing for their team. And we have seen that tonight.
We've also seen it in past matches with a knockout setting up the overtime. So if you're Rivas, you'd like to get the win, but you're thinking defense first.
Emery's sticking that right hand out. Showing good defense. You know, whether it is the showmanship, the dancing, he's sticking to what he knows works here.
You could try to adjust your personality a little if you're trying for a knockout, but if you're a boxer type, it's hard for you to all of a sudden get in there and think slugging. And so really there's an analogy in another sport for Boston. It's like a very good baseball team that doesn't have any home run hitters.
Rivas cracking him with a left hand.
They just don't have the power.
Rivas trying to do a little bit more than just staying smart. He wants to punctuate this rally here for Phoenix with a victory. The Fury less than 30 seconds away from improving to 4-2. They've been one of the hottest teams in TCL Team Boxing League. And Rivas doing a good job pressing the action against Emery, but we're seeing exquisite footwork from Boston's featherweight. Lost his balance momentarily. The ropes helped him. But he showed some good footwork. And a little WWE from Joseph Rivas at the end there.
And even did it at the end where he wouldn't get penalized. You could lose a point for that because that was blatant. But if he does, he still had the point to give. That was about as accidental as a Phoenix sunrise. That body flip.
Easy work, no one wants to fight a dog.
There you go. Final seconds. Emery with all the theatrics. And that normally would cost you a point.
A very nice way to end it. And for Joseph Rivas, after Emery was dancing in front of him all round, that has to feel sweet.
Knowing you can do whatever you want there, and it was good execution.
Your feet weren't going to save you there. All right, let's hear what the judges think of this one as we wrap it up. Round 24, Phoenix has wrapped up a win in comeback fashion.
Ladies and gentlemen, round 24, the judges have it. 10-9 in favor of Joseph Rivas. The second judge has it. 10-9 in favor of Eric Emery. And the third and final judge has it in favor of Phoenix's Joseph Rivas, winner by split decision. Your final score, the Phoenix Fury 229, the Boston Butchers 225.
The rally complete. A pair of back-to-back 10-8 decisions highlights Phoenix's rally in the money rounds. They take all but 2 of the final 8 rounds from Boston and pick up a 229-225 win over the Butchers inside their home ring. We'll take a break. Plenty more to do from the Valley of the Sun when we come back.
In a world that's flooded with noise, remember this: the truth doesn't always just show up on the surface. You really have to uncover it yourself.
Presenting the facts isn't just a responsibility, it's our driving force.
This
is the news on Merit TV.
I was drinking every day.
I was hooked on oxys.
My husband turned into someone I didn't recognize.
The addiction crisis. Worse than a pandemic, we have a growing epidemic. There are approximately 20 alcohol and drug-related deaths per hour every single day. Addiction is a disease. Like any other disease, it may have serious harmful effects and may lead to death if left untreated.
Introducing Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and rediscovery. We understand the unique challenges men face in their journey to recovery. Set on 38 private acres, our state-of-the-art facility offers a safe, supportive environment for healing and growth. Our team of dedicated professionals specializes in evidence-based treatment, providing our patients with the tools to overcome addiction and achieve long-term sobriety. If you or a loved one needs to make a change, call us today at 386-423-4540 or visit us online at serenityspringsrecovery.com and reclaim your life.
TCL Team Boxing League is brought to you by Climax Moonshine Fire number 32, a drink not only made to tingle your senses with hot cinnamon flavor, but also made to pay tribute to the firefighters all across America. This drink will put a kick in your step with its bold, hot smoothness. Phoenix takes it. They rally to win by 4. Let's take a look at our Fire number 32 knockdown of the night.
Adam Stewart, not the guy you thought might be doing this with all the big fighters on the Phoenix team, but this is the shot that changed everything. That started the Phoenix momentum. That was a 10-8. And this change put Phoenix in front, and then they kept going.
Right in the middle of the money round rally for the surging Phoenix Fury, who have improved to 4-2. Adam Stewart knocks down Michael Coffey. Stewart picks up his first win here in the TCL, and he has some post-fight honors. Let's go back inside the ring with Ray Flores.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is your round of the night. It belongs to round number 8 between Michael Coffey and Christopher Ewerts. And now look at your 3 stars of the night. Your third star from the Boston Butchers, Camila Panetta. Your second star of the night from the Phoenix Fury, Rahman Muhammad. And your first star of the night from the Phoenix Fury, heavyweight Adam Stewart.
Here with one of the stars of the night. You got it done, an exciting round. How do you feel about your victory, and what are you guys going to do for the rest of the season?
Good. I feel good. I think I made the right job to win the rounds, and we just work hard to try to win the rest of the season.
Yeah. Well, good luck for the rest of the season.
Thank you.
And I'm with Rahman. Got it done. Was exciting. Got the crowd involved. How you feel about your victory?
I had fun. That's the most important thing. I went out there, had fun, did my thing, got the win.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations, my man, and very exciting. And with the knockout of the night, first big win of the night, and you put your team right back in the position to win. How do you feel about what you've done tonight and your performance?
Man, I feel incredible, man. I needed this so much, so bad. I was up against the big dog, you know, at the 10-second clacker. He was like, let's roll. So I said, all right, let's go. Bam, hit him with the big right hand, put him down. Man, I needed that. I did that for the team. Man, I'm happy.
Well, congratulations, MVP. That was a big punch and a big win for you. Coach, got it done with the comeback. It was a tough night. Boston was upset-minded. They came out here and gave you everything you needed, but you guys got the victory. How did Phoenix Fury become furious?
You know what? We sat back and we had a strategy. You know how we put our best fighters at the end? Yeah. Because we knew it was going to be close, but we finished the way we were supposed to.
I saw you asking that from them. I saw you get the guys together, huddle them up, and said, I need more, I need this, I need that. You feel like they gave you that?
Oh, they gave me more. Phoenix Fury!
Back to you guys.
Sonny Gutierrez is extremely happy after his team was able to rally from behind. They were able to heed the coach's call there, Dave. And I tell you what, Adam Stewart, named the star of the night. There's got to be a lot of pressure for a guy. If you think about it, he joined this team late in the middle of the season. He entered today 0-5, not off to the start that he probably hoped he'd get off to in a new league where the concept revolves around a team setting. Big monkey off his back, and he does it in a big way with a knockdown when his team needed it the most.
What I really like about everything, too, is, okay, 0-5, getting off the schneid for him. There are stories like this, countless stories in the league where somebody could rise for one night. It doesn't matter what's happening in your season. For one night, you might find it all, and you can have something that you will never forget. He's never going to forget this because that happened just at the end of the round. It was huge for his team. It was massive, and you saw the happiness in him. And regardless of what happens the rest of the season, he's a hero tonight, and that's what it's all about.
Number one star of the night, Adam Stewart, Phoenix's own. Up until round 20, though, we didn't have a knockdown. That was until round 20. Let's take a look at the money round highlights. They are brought to you by The Balance of Nature. To round 20 we go. Right before Adam Stewart, it was Rahman Muhammad, who continues to be one of the standout rookies here in 2025.
A guy that's very tough to defend. He's gangly. He moves fast. He comes in at strange angles. He'll get a knockdown there, do calisthenics in between, and not going to be an easy guy to fight. This was a big turnaround.
The 6-foot welterweight wins again. He improves to 7-1-1 in his inaugural TCL season. And then we saw moments ago, Adam Stewart in the closing moments, a right hand that cruised in right into the chin of Michael Coffey, knocking him down at the bell.
Michael Coffey was involved in round 8, which was terrific, and then the knockdown of the night with Adam Stewart.
So a victory, it's going to take an army. It's going to take members of your supporting cast to step up big and get a knockout, or knockdown rather, the way that Adam Stewart did. But the three first-year TCL competitors that we highlighted before this matchup, Dave, we talked about Muhammad, Pugh, and Santana. They entered tonight 23-2 combined. They walk away 29-2 combined.
And you look at the 6 points that they gave their team. That was a cushion that Phoenix could not have afforded. If those guys only were 500 tonight and not in their game, you're talking about a one-pointer. So the big dogs came up big and some unexpected power, too. And that's what it usually takes. You take the big players and somebody who does something you didn't expect, like Adam Stewart.
A trio of TCL rookies, a combined 29-2 on the season. It's going to make Phoenix tough to beat down the stretch. Let's take a look at where they stack up in the overall TCL Team Boxing League standings after this one. Oh, they're joining Dallas and Las Vegas right at the top. Only 3 4-win teams thus far as the Fury improved to 4-2. Dallas 4-1. We saw Las Vegas improve to 5-0 earlier tonight, but Phoenix wins at 4, and to get to 4-2, Boston meanwhile drops to 1-4, winless since opening weekend.
We saw Phoenix on the right side of that standings ledger before last week, and they vaulted to the left side and all the way up near the top of that. That's what a couple wins can do for you. For Boston, it's a tough situation for them. They gave it all tonight and just ran out of steam at the end.
And Phoenix is busy. They're going to be in action next week Third week in a row. Next Friday, TCL Team Boxing heads back to the Lone Star State to see the Dallas Enforcers take on the Philadelphia Smoke. And then in the nightcap, the hometown San Antonio Snipers face the Houston Hitmen in a Southwest Division showdown. All starts at 9 Eastern, 8 Central, only on Merit TV. We mentioned Phoenix. They'll be in action next Saturday over in Miami. Tonight, they rally back and win it over Boston. For Dave Bontempo, Bubba Jenkins, and our entire crew, I'm Justin Shackle. So long.
Welcome to Dr. Phil's Merit TV. Tonight,